Yeah. 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 All right. Let me readjust a little bit. Okay. There we go. Yeah, everyone talking about Crazy Taxi. Yeah, I miss Crazy Taxi. I also miss Crazy Taxi. It's pretty damn good, pretty damn fun. Like one of the best soundtracks of like that era. Not granted it cheated because the whole PS1 era was just licensing out music, but fuck, it was good. Where were you yesterday? I decided to hang out with buddies. Because Dick Bro decided he wanted to do stuff. We never get to see Dick Bro, so we were like, fuck it, why not? Besides Medico was streaming, so I'm like, fuck it. People will be watching him anyway. So the completionist stole how much money? Something like 6 figures. I don't remember the exact amount, but it was like 6 figures. He stole a lot of money. And now all of his friends are on Twitter going like, you can criticize the guy, but, like, you shouldn't be, like, body shaming him. They're literally trying to say, if you call him fat, you immediately revoke the right to criticize him for stealing money. Which at that point, it's like, are you fucking stupid? Are they making a new Crazy Taxi and Jet Set? I know the Jet Set one got, like, a spiritual successor. Crazy Taxi, I don't know. Dick Bro's gone. He's busy with real life stuff. We don't really get to see him too much anymore. Pains on thighs. They're pretty good. Pretty good. Not my favorite part, but, they're pretty good. Watching Bottoms right now. Have a nice night. It is pretty damn fun. Pretty damn kino. Classic 80s anime kino. Fucker stole money. His weight's the least of his problems. Yeah, right? It's like, it's once again, oh no, one of our own in the circle got in trouble, so now we have to deflect the argument to be something completely different. And it's like, fuck off. What is your favorite part then? All parts have their purpose. That's the important thing to remember. White or black meat? I like white. People say dark meat has more flavor. I don't really see it. Got PS5 for $253 at work. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Bought all 3 Baldur's Gate games. Should I bother with the first 2? If you want to just jump to 3, just jump to 3. Know who Charlie Z is? Dankula made a video about him. Yeah, the schizo Russian boxer guy. Yeah, he's pretty interesting. So here what happened in the Senate chambers in the U.S. Yeah, it happened literally the same day as that dude tearing down like the Satan statue. And I'm like, yeah, this is why I don't give 2 fucks about the Satan statue. Neil's paying $5. Hey, Lolly, got blackout drunk at the company Christmas drinking whiskey and woke up with a bump in my head and a sink full of vomit. Good times, 10 out of 10. Can't even with internet scandals. Oh my god, like I know I committed a crime, but don't call me names, you're just as bad. That's unironically how they've been operating. Like, the fucking Hogwarts Legacy thing, that was half the fucking defense of it, where it's, well, the people that are criticizing us are transphobes. And it's like, you made an entire website to stalk people who wanted to stream a video game. Go fuck yourself. Was gonna buy a movie yesterday. My eBay account with my credit card got attached, got hacked, so now I gotta get a new card. Yeah, eBay is... I don't use eBay. I really do not use eBay. My family has bad experiences with eBay. Every single time we've used it, something went wrong. We're on agreement that Face Connect's little cowgirl is precious and must be protected at all costs. Is she a cowgirl or is she a donkey? Because I thought she was a donkey. Also, Mark Wade basically admits he would rather have the comic industry destroyed than get old fans and customers back. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, I saw that where he literally said, if the choice was burning the industry down or siding with the alt-right, then of course I'll let it burn. And it's like, okay, so thousands, if not millions of people involved in the comics industry should be fucked over because you want to be a little man-child. Okay, Mark, okay. At what point are you just going to go, okay, fuck it, maybe I don't need to publish my Twitter feed and everything I do? That's literally it. That's literally it. I want to check the Moon Girl missed her debut. Apparently she's popular. That's the Cal one, and apparently people like her. So, playing System Shock Remake, really fun. How are you? Pretty good, pretty good. We need to sit down and do the System Shock Remake for a stream. That'd be a fun one. That'd be a fun one. Got a $15 gift card for Amazon at a family party, but put it in the wrong account. Oof. Oof. Did you watch Miniker stream? No. I got distracted. I sat down and watched season 2 of Reacher. And cause the first 3 episodes are out right now. Pretty damn fun. Pretty damn fun so far. It's a lot slower than the first season. The first season was pretty quick. Season 2, it kind of takes more of its time because it has to build up a new cast and all that. But it's still pretty damn interesting. I like it. Would you fuck Sphinx Wakiba from P5? I do not want to touch Wakiba at all. Reacher, you mean post-Thadland arc? Yes. You seen that A24 Civil War trailer? Texas, California is an alliance. Hilarious. Yeah. People have made that exact joke over and over again. That's in the Reze movie teaser. Could be interesting. I have noticed, a lot of people are pointing out, man, isn't it weird that a lot of animes are just resorting to movies to cover arcs and not just, other shit? Which, I mean, all fairness, back in the day, there were still movies that would cover arcs, but now it just seems to be standard, so who knows? I mean, they'll probably adapt it into a full season anyway, like what Demon Slayer did, but eh. Remember Ghost Pussy Cucumber action? Dick Bro, funny enough, when we were hanging out with Dick Bro yesterday, he mentioned getting into the Randy Stair rabbit hole because he finished the Christian documentary and was on the lookout for a new locale to look into. So he looked into Randy Stair and he's like, holy shit. Released audio. The completionist begged Carl Muda to not release their videos on him, even attempted to bribe him. Oh yeah, he was caught dead to rights, dead to fucking rights. He knows what he did. It was a mistake. No, it wasn't. Well, I tried to make up for it. No, you didn't. It was blatant what he did. Thoughts on One Piece getting anime remake? Yeah. Yeah. You ever heard of Fatherland? It's, in my opinion, the most realistic Germany wins World War II scenario. Germany just has control over Central Europe and some of the Soviet Union. I've never heard of it. Do you see Blue Protocol is censored even for Japan? Yeah. And I guarantee that a whole bunch of people are probably not happy at that. The censorship crap is just standards pushed by China in order to fuck everybody over. Because ESG and DEI is funded by China. And all the standards are Chinese standards. That's why I guarantee you'll notice more of a crackdown on violence in video games pretty soon. Because in Chinese video games, they can't even have violence. In PUBG, they censored it to where nobody even dies. I watched the first episode of live action Yu Yu Hakusho. Don't think it's bad, but it feels like a speed run to the anime. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, they only have a season to get to, the Dark Tournament arc, which is a lot of material. I think Kawashita has way with Mishima, a man that degenerates just to stop at girls. No, I think he just beat the shit out of Mishima. I don't think any man who is supposed to be a womanizer is secretly bi, what modern culture seems to want to push. Apparently Blue Protocol is only censored on PlayStation consoles. Xbox is practically clean from it. Well, yeah, I mean, Sony outright said that was what they were going to do, so that's not even surprising. Aren't they doing that with Callisto Protocol? Yeah, I believe so. And I guarantee it's going to start seeping. Fatherland's a 1994 TV movie. The plot's about Germany opening its borders in 1994, the U.S. sending over a few journalists to expose the Holocaust and the other fucked up shit the Nazis did. All right. Yeah, very much speedrun. Yusuke's alive again by the end of the first episode. It works because it's only 5 episodes total. Huh. That is a lot of material to get through then in 5 episodes. I thought at the very least it'd be like 12. Appeal to China's fucking disgusting, just as disgusting as Tim posting dollar signs about unbanning Bud Light. Yeah, right? I said it when we were playing Ready or Not. It's like, why would you encourage people to pick up Bud Light again? The only thing I can think of is Bud Light signed them a check to go, okay, now double back and get your audience start drinking Bud Light again. It's like there's no other explanation for that. Because, I mean, they are corporate news entities. So we don't even get an egg arc? Really doesn't sound like it. Did you ever watch Pride FC? No, I've never heard of that. Also, Hunter x Hunter is getting a new fighting game, but we don't know if it's traditional fighter, platform 3D like Tekken, or arena fighter slop. Yeah, I am interested because Hunter x Hunter does have a fun combat system, and there's a lot you could do. Ever played Terraria? So do you like Corruption or Crimson better? I never played enough Terraria to know any difference between them. Chick with freckles, yeah or nay? Depends. As always, it depends. I don't drink alcohol anymore. Let's go. Good amount of money saved. Yeah, there you go. Good to save money. Who would be your main in Hunter x Hunter? I don't know. Hisoka could be fun, but I imagine he's just going to be like, you know, he'll basically just be like a whip character because he has bungee gum. Killua could be fun because he has lightning powers. Didn't Yosuke have to get a second egg due to eating the first one to save Kaiko? I don't remember. I think so. Been a while since I watched fucking Yu Yu Hakusho. Since I apparently did good at my Far Cry 5 remake, thinking of trying to rewrite Jeff to Killer creepypasta. Some people will be interested. Be an old-ass grave. Like, definitely lean into the nostalgia factor. If you're going to do that, lean into nostalgia and be like, God, remember fucking creepypastas? Playable Leorio. Playable Leorio would be pretty fun. Like, you didn't get to see much of what he could do in the anime, but the manga goes more into it, and Leorio would have a pretty fun kit. It was the same egg, but it hatched during Dark Tournament. Okay. Like I said, I have not checked out Yu Yu Hakusho in a very long time. See or hear how Mike Z of Skullgirls was backstabbed by his friends? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been common among fighting game circle people for a while. And then that's spread therefrom. Where they tried to spin it as, oh no, that's Cope. Mike Z's totally a predator. But anyone even half looking into the situation could see, no, he got fucked over. Which makes him like kowtowing and going, oh, I think what the company's doing with Skullgirls is fine. Even more pathetic, where it's like, why can't any of these people just like fight for 1 second? Are they that scared of like never being left alone by a mob? Because they're already never left alone. So like, why not just say fuck it, you know? What's your favorite fighting game? Mine's Tekken. I'm not really into fighting games much anymore. Used to be back in like high school and stuff, but I used to really like Street Fighter and used to really like Mortal Kombat. I played a lot of Mortal Kombat 10. Favorite Armored Core boss? The entire franchise? Oh no, 6. Okay. So 6. I really wanted to like the Angel fight, but I played it post-patch, so it was nerfed. But the setup for it was genuinely really fucking good. The music was really good. I liked a lot of the fight itself. It's purely the fact it was too easy. Do you remember Bloody Roar? Like, briefly. Never got into fighting games because they're more or less party games, so no fun without friends to play with. That, and it's either party games and no one really knows what they're doing and they're having fun, or it's pure sweat lords and everyone's making a hell on everyone. Everyone cancel, get mudslung on them, really haven't learned from Vic's bullshit accusers and all that, huh? Well, a lot of the time they agree with them. A lot of the time they agree with it, so they don't want to pipe up and go like, well, I can't be the hypocrite here. And it's like, well, that's on you, you motherfucker. What's your favorite Half-Life mod? Do you mean like Source Engine mod in general? Because that actually is more of a rabbit hole than you think. People fear to fight back because they'll be outcast and would rather be in a pack. Yeah, and that's a failing on them because they don't understand that they've already been outcast. Gonna be watching Godzilla -1 tonight. It is very good. Very, very good. I liked it a lot. I have to wonder if the people defending Gerard are only doing it because they probably have a part of his charity scam. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. It's like the Epic Mealtime guy going to bat for the Creator Clash thing, and then it was found that he only did it for the money, and he got a large chunk of the money that was supposed to go to charity. It's like, yeah, they're all part of their circle. They all promise to scratch each other's backs. I guarantee some of that money was going to people to pay him off. Watch Yu Yu Hakusho yet? Kind of rushed my opinion. I have not, but guys did mention that it's like 5 episodes, and they have to get all the way to Dark Tournament. So, yeah, it's going to be rushed as hell. Social survival being valued over integrity is overtly feminine characteristics. Not surprised given the type of people these days dump chemicals in the water. Very true. For Yakuza, an actual criminal organization to run countries and our current politicians. I really don't want to break your heart, but the criminal organizations are running the country. FGC is why I don't bother with fighting games. Well, yeah, I mean, like, the Smash scandals, the Evo scandal, like, how many of them need to be outed as sexual predators before you go, okay, I just don't want anything to do with any of these people? Because it'll be guilt by association. I guarantee any YouTuber that covers Minecraft or Smash Bros. Or fighting games or anything like that has to deal with constant, unending, so when are we going to find out you're a sex pest? You ever eat crabs? Not as much as I would like to. I like crab meat. Just one of those, you know, you never really think about getting it. Pride was a Japanese MMA organization that allowed soccer kicks, curb stomps, and steroids. Sadly, went defund in 2007 because it ties to the Yakuza. Okay. Archivist Dark Control, $5. Apparently, they're trying to teach Satanism in elementary schools now. Yeah, which is just like blatant, like, They will cry crocodile tears and go, my freedom, you're closed-minded, and they'll trick a large number of retards who only base their view of the world off TV and go, well, of course the lame Christians want to stomp on everything and not realize that, no, the 30-year-old man-child should not be allowed to teach these things to your kid. What use is this? You know? It's one thing if they just teach it as a concept and go, there are people who believe in Satanism, but you know for a fact that's not why they're doing that. They're doing that to go, well, it's an alternative to Christianity. No, it's atheism with extra steps. That's what a lot of people are realizing with the Satan statue thing that I talked about. It's atheism with extra steps. They outright admit, yeah, we don't actually care. Like, we don't care. We were just trolling you. It's like, okay, so you wasted time, money, and resources to fuck with people. There you go. Congratulations. Don't you care about your principles? No, and neither do you. Exactly. It's like, no one gives a shit. No one takes principles seriously anymore. In fact, it's explicitly when someone does try to live by principles, they're usually mocked and derided as being an idiot. Because a lot of time they're compared with a grifter who is blatantly against principles and they only pretend to have them, and it makes you look stupid. Did you see the guy in the Ukraine City Council meeting that walked with the grenades and only killed himself? Did he kill himself or was he injured? I heard no one died from that, weirdly enough. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he did die, but just saying. And that's the problem. Most of the Christians see it as actual devil worship instead of it being atheism with extra steps. Well, it's because, as stated, it's shock value. A lot of people don't understand that. You have to be exposed to that culture enough times for you to kind of understand it. Don Fry, Yoshihiro Takayama happened in Pride. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm to the idea that no religion is supposed to be taught in public school aside from history, of course. Yeah, right? But once again, they'll tout that out. It's like, well, there are schools who put up Christmas decorations and we shouldn't have that. Like, that was the annoying thing that kicked off about the whole thing. What kicked off this whole recent debate and all that, which is absolutely going to bite them in the ass if they're going to try to push Satanism as like the new thing. Because it's like, okay, so you are just playing into this and expressly are looking for attention. And the whole thing is they take the very idea of like someone might have a Bible in a courthouse, or there might be a painting of the Ten Commandments in a Capitol building, something like that. It could be there for like fucking generations and decades. They'll come in and make a big problem and go, well, that needs to be gotten rid of. That needs to be gotten rid of. And they'll throw a massive shit fit and they'll do these stupid gotcha protests to go, well, why is it not okay when I do it? And really the answer is because you're fucking annoying and you don't care. You don't actually care about this. No one, you know for a fact no one's pushing religion on you. You are just an antisocial dick that wants to cause problems. They will fuck you over harder than most Jewish lawyers. Yeah, right? Christians never really got far in censoring, banning. Everyone just laughed and tried to be edgier. Now everyone has tripped themselves over for Twitter weirdos. Yeah, right? And that's the thing. The crowd that whines about censorship, and to this day, if you read any story of like a school district banning a book or anything like that, people will go, oh, see, we told you the Christians are banning shit. The Christians are banning shit. It's this complete lack of self-awareness of like, you always hear the term horseshoe theory and like, hey, both sides at their extreme are identical. That's something that people really haven't taken to heart, where it's not that both sides at their extreme are identical. It's that the type of person that pushes for these things is the same person regardless of political affiliation. You know, it's not that both sides taken to the nth degree become the same. It's that the same asshole that goes that far is the same asshole no matter what stripe he wears. I mean, it's just that type of person. You know, the antisocial asshole that wants to cause problems and be up in everyone's business and prove a point. That's all it is. One's clearly worse right now. Well, as stated, you didn't listen to my point. Like, it has nothing to do with what side it is. It is that it is one particular form of asshole. One asshole who wants to make problems and make everyone's life miserable and just be an obnoxious cunt. They're going to be the one to get up in everyone's business, make these ultra public protests. The only thing is, one side has media backing and are trying to force that to be the standard. So they weaponize the asshole to make everyone else miserable. That's what it is. Narcissistic, essentially. Yeah, basically. Remember when a politician proved DeSantis' point when she said he was showing gay porn at a press conference about kids' books? Yeah. Why are atheists such terrible people? It has nothing to do with whether or not you believe in religion, but not having at least the most modicum respect of religion usually points to a narcissistic personality, and narcissists are assholes. That's basically what it amounts to. Thoughts on the band Lost Horizon? I think I've heard one or two of their songs, and they're not bad. Why do atheists want to shove a banana up their ass? That's the big question. Longest fight in MMA history happened in Pride 2. It went 90 minutes. Oof, that's brutal. Yo, that female's too pretty. Fix her so she's realistic, but keep that 18-pack strong guy the way he is. I like him. I mean, that's just been egregious for God knows how long. Everyone knows it's an issue. Everyone knows it's an issue. Everyone knows that it's annoying and bullshit, but we just go along with it. Like, I'm still seeing, like, earlier today, I still saw people going like, you know, Anita, she was annoying and she had bad points, but at the end of the day, the people who criticized her were the ones who propped her up. And I was fucking hitting my head against a wall. Because it's like, no, that's not why she became popular. She didn't become popular because a bunch of people attacked her. She became popular because she knew how to weaponize and cherry pick. I mean, that's literally what happened. You know? Like, she could cherry pick people, make it seem like it was a bigger issue than it was. Reminder, Brianna Wu got caught faking threats against himself. Faking threats and trying to stoke up fake harassment to then weaponize it. So why would you assume Zoe and Anita wouldn't do the same thing? They all came from something awful. It's like, It's this thing where I just grew extremely tired of that revisionism, and I'm like, no, they were blatant from day one. They didn't care. It was about the fucking money. It was about money. It was about propping themselves up as figures for the game industry so they could become insiders and get money. Anita and Colbert should have entered her, but didn't. No. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing where you can act surprised all you want, but no. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Wasn't Al Gore and his wife the original asshole pushing for censorship on stuff like music? Because when Blackie Lawless actually predicted it as a way to build up to his presidential run. Yeah. Like, Tipper Gore was involved with the committees that brought in heavy metal bands to, like, testify before Congress. It's type person, not type of ideology, but, like, most things involving human nature is blamed on politics by 100 IQ midwits. Yeah. Like, just, yeah. Benny and Zoe only got popular because of the internet simps. They know how to get around thirsty dudes. Yeah, basically. And once again, you can never criticize them because people go, well, the people who shat on them are worse. It's like, no, they're not. Like, they're just not. Both of them led various companies that swiped thousands of dollars from people. Zoe in particular was involved with, like, Crash Override Network, which was just a troll group and would fuck with people that she didn't like. She also led a man to suicide. Anita Sarkeesian famously was, like, pushing for internet censorship purely to get rid of people talking about how she stole money. I mean, it's just a thing where it's just, at what point is the performative bullshit ever going to go away? We're like, can we just call a fucking grifter a grifter already? And the only response I ever hear is, well, Sargon and Thunderfoot. It's like, I don't fucking care. Because who made the environment for them to get popular in the first place? The entire reason Sargon and Thunderfoot got popular making fun of Anita is because they were hated that much by their own deeds. Anita's still consulting shit. Ride never stops. It turned into a whole industry with Sweet Baby. You can now get hired by a game for consultation work for diversity and inclusion. Remember how once in school I was telling a story about my grandmother living in an area with a witch's coven? Long story, and I triggered a girl for calling Satanism bad? Yeah, it is just dumbass children going off Paradise Lost in the most childish interpretation and going, well, actually, the bad guy is actually the good guy, actually. It's like, no, he's not. You're a fucking retard. If you look at the embodiment of evil and see a misunderstood anti-hero, you're fucking stupid. It's fine for, like, manga or comic books, but when it comes to actual, like, no bullshit, what is the religion teaching, you're just stupid. Lacey Green, fuck Chris Ray Gun, used that deed until she got bored. Yeah, and he's still whipped by her. He's still repeating a lot of her mantra and going like, no, I have my own opinions. You're all just judgmental. It's like, no, you got whipped. Doesn't Paradise Lost paint Lucifer as an asshole? Aggressively. He's the reason everything went wrong. Mark 99 for $2 up, you beautiful nigger. How's it going? Just got off work, feeling good. Also drink some water. Spazzy4856 for $1. Playing some more SMT Digital Devil Saga. I pray to God every time I get into a battle that they don't cast any more status effects like Charm or Sleep. Have you played Machina X? I have not played Machina X. She had fat cans. Yeah. Satan was evil and narcissist. I don't understand how people can't see that. I understand perfectly. You know, it's what kind of person looks at an evil narcissist that manipulates a bunch of people into doing what they want and throws the blame at everyone else when it goes wrong? What kind of person empathizes with that? My take is, for as much as the GG crowd are annoying, Zodi and Anita were practically sleeping with dudes for favors, all while spreading their ideology. Facts as one side was malicious. Had nothing to do with ideology, as stated. Ideology wasn't even a factor. That was the big problem. Everyone kept taking their shit at face value and going, oh, well, it's just radical feminist shit. It's like the radical feminist shit was just the tool in the arsenal, you know? That was just what they were saying. At the end of the day, it was about the fucking money. It was about money. It was about manipulating people. It was about running off with thousands of dollars just for a game budget to have a Japanese vacation. That's what it was all about. Markeep Skate, $5. Paradise Lost, ruin entire millennia of teenage women. Shake my head. Also, Catholic Church view witches as drugged out hippies with no magic. Yeah. Satan knew God's plan, yet he rebelled, damning himself. When he figured out he doomed himself, he decided to drag as many humans to hell as possible. Yeah. Paradise Lost, Satan caused all his and everyone else's problems because he hated humanity and threw away his one point of self-reflection to stay mad. Huh. Yeah. How long would it take for game devs to realize companies like Sweet Baby are useless and don't contribute to anything? As stated, I think shit like this is kind of a new economic bubble where companies do this specifically banking off the idea that what they get from ESG and DEI, because remember, they literally pay you to be woke. It's not a thing where, oh, well, the returns we get from audiences will be so good. They do this shit specifically to mark off a checklist to get money for being woke. They operate off this with the idea that the money they receive will be more or can make up for what they lose in the process. Obviously, you see shit with Bud Light where it very much did not turn out that way, and they've lost so much money that they are now begging the people that made it popular to hate them to take it back and go, no, end the boycott already, end the boycott. There was a fucking Bud Light commercial that when we were all hanging out Saturday, we watched it, and it was a guy ordering Bud Light, and people are like looking at him funny and going like, really? And he goes, you know what? Actually, I want to buy the entire room Bud Light. And they pull out a whole fucking bucket of Bud Light, and it's like this proud moment of like, yeah, everyone can just have a good time. It's like, yeah, no, fuck you. It's free money for companies for doing nothing. Basically, like literally doing nothing. They don't even have to put out a good product. They just get paid. And eventually, if every big company wants to do this, that means that's multi-billion-dollar companies expecting some form of return on these investments that can get up into hundreds of millions. You have multiples of that going over and over and over again. That's going to run out any kind of fund, which is why people are talking about they're trying to, because that state ESG is an actual like thing. It's an actual organization. It's an actual fucking economic fund. They're talking about trying to subsidize it with tax money, meaning tax money will now fund ESG. So that's a horrible idea because it's trying to make a never-ending spit run or like a never-ending fountain where this money can just fund ESG forever, so they never even have to worry about paying anyone off. Basically, if you do ESG, you then get government money, which at that point, that's just the Chinese system of every company has to be involved with the Chinese government in some way. So it's turning every single major corporation into soft entities of the government. Xander Dawson, $5. I feel like the same people who moan about media literacy are the same who think Milton Satan is not the bad guy, literally missing the point. Oh, yeah. I learned over the past few days that the people who chant media literacy legitimately have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like, they will scream at you about how you don't get it, you don't get it, you don't get it. Then you listen to them talk about something they like, and you realize, oh, you are just fucking stupid. Like, you just don't get this. The media is screaming in your ear what it's about, and you think like, no, but there's something underneath that, and you are just stupid. ESG is loan sharking, basically. Idiots think tax means infinite money box. Yeah, that's why I say it's a bubble. Eventually, it pops. This is all capitalism's fault. Yeah, right? Sir Atlas for 2 fake monies. What's the end goal? BlackRock's ESG, though. As stated, seems to be to basically get companies dependent on it, so then they can push them to do whatever they want and push whatever standards they want. It's like, it definitely does not seem benevolent in any way, shape, and or form. Part of me wants to learn Japanese so I can go around localization shenanigans. Maybe I can start my own translation studio, compete with California ones. Just do it. Like, just do it. Who the fuck else will? As people are ironically saying Frank enjoyed the torture of the Cenobites. Yeah, that Hellraiser argument is still going. They are still arguing about it. And it has now turned into Frank never wanted to escape hell in Hellraiser. and was only resurrected so he could drag Nancy back. Which, if you watch the first movie, no, that is not at all what that was about. Like, I'm not kidding. The crowd that shouted media literacy, if you think the Cenobites are evil, tried to say that the main antagonist, whose entire point was he wanted to escape hell, didn't actually want to escape hell. Which I'm just like, okay, so you didn't watch the fucking movie. Like, you just did not watch the fucking movie if you think that. The one that gets me is when people say World at War is racist because you fight Japan. I assume it's because you fight Japan. I watched Hellraiser a couple days ago. He literally shouted no when they appeared. No, shut up. Media literacy, you just don't get it. He licked his lips when the chains were ripping him apart, ignoring the fact that he did not in fact do that. Like, you can watch the scene. He didn't do that. He wanted to go back to hell, so like you said, they did not watch it. Yeah, quite literally, they did not watch it. Don't you know if you play a Nazi, you become one? Mandatory non-stop English classes in high school and college were a mistake. Yeah, I lucked out with my English teacher. He was kind of a mangina who talked about like feminist talking points, but he never like shat on anybody that had different interpretations. He actively encouraged you to have different interpretations on stuff, and he made a point of interpretation is personal. It's what you see in it. Remember D. Snyder was at the meeting, now literally blaming the right for left-wing censorship? Yeah. Plus in Hellraiser 2, Hellbound, Frank still didn't want to stay in hell. Exactly. Well, like, the sequel makes it even worse. I'm purely talking about the first movie, because the first movie is based off the short story, so if you want to pull details from the short story, you have to keep it to the first movie, because the first movie is an adaptation of the short story. And they made a point of, like, well, anything in the sequels isn't even canon because Clive Barker didn't work on them. Then they were talking about how the later films... It was a confused mess where basically things mattered if they said they mattered and didn't matter if they didn't. So, it was bullshit. You ever hear taking those arguments so stupid you want to slap them? Well, I literally just said, when you get to the point of Frank from Hellraiser 1 did not want to escape hell, I literally... like, that's something that just proves to me you didn't watch it. You watched a video essay about Hellraiser. Because he very much wanted to escape hell. Like, the Cenobites see the dad's corpse on the ground after Frank skins him to, like, pose as him. Pinhead points at it and goes, "We want the man who did this." In, like, this booming voice that makes it very clear he's pissed off. I like how the people claiming Godzilla is their franchise and Chuds don't understand the same ones cheering on violence and war. Yeah. Those who scream about media literacy are the same ones that say Evangelion's a deconstruction of mecha and otaku culture when it was really Anno's Ultraman fanfic mixed. Yeah. What's an IP you'd like to see Anno adapt? Right now, he's pretty much hit him. You know, he did Ultraman, he did Godzilla. It's like, alright, I'm pretty happy. There's a great 3-hour documentary on YouTube about Pride called Pride Never Die. I might check that out. You are all nerds. Cenobites are corrupted humans that fought their evil god the moment they received their humanity back in the sequel. Can't possibly be evil. Yeah, then the cope was, well, Leviathan's not strictly evil. It's like, it's literally in hell. It's literally in hell. Leviathan is a named demon in the Bible. Remember that time Mombot made that thread showing how Anita was staying at the most expensive hotel in Japan using backer money? That was golden. Was it Anita or Zoe? I think it was Zoe, because she ran off to Japan when she was supposed to be making a game that never came out. It don't matter, but yeah. Point is, ran off with the money. Arcade subscribe to $2. Dante's Inferno is about communism. Lolly. Yeah, lefties. A teacher that told me that Berserk wasn't art, mostly because the manga was printed and sold. The sold copies are not art. She told me, and I wanted to slap her and call her dumb. Well, at that point, just go, okay, so is Mona Lisa not art? Because there's a bunch of recreations of it, and they're sold. You can buy a mug with the Mona Lisa on it. Like, it's very easy to counter shit like that. Just go, that's stupid. Wasn't Leviathan God creating a sea monster to flex on arrogant humans? No, it's it's like a named demon. It's like one of the kings of hell, if I remember right. I had a girl in art class last year whose favorite game was Detroit Become Human. The violin goes back to the Chaos Dragon and Mesopotamian lore associated with the likes of fuck-mothering Tiamat, quite literally the original enemy. Huh. Archives Tower Control, $2. Just wait till people start calling the God Hand good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, I'm at that point now where if I hear the term moral relativism, I just assume you're an idiot. I mean, I understand it. Okay, well, what's right to you isn't right to everybody. Yeah, but if you start arguing that like rapists are not inherently evil, you are just stupid. You are just stupid. Big Pussy Ben Shapiro for $1. Started watching Blue Mountain State. I genuinely think Alan Richardson's the best actor ever. If the same guy who played Thad could disappear into the role of Jack Reacher so well. Also, that ain't gay. He's just mostly out of touch with reality. Yeah, Blue Mountain State's a lot of fun. That one's a lot of fun. Never forget that Kami-sama got rid of female Leviathan so that male Leviathan couldn't get pussy and highlight the earth with his family. You need to understand the killer from I See the Devil was a tragic character oppressed by society. Moral relativism is only acceptable if you're LARPing as an organ trading warlord. Someone tried telling me Anno did fully understand the biblical imagery in Eva. When I brought up Anno saying there was nothing really to it, they said Anno was wrong. Yeah. Once again, interpretation's interpretation. It's just what you personally see in that. So if you want to say this is how I saw it, that's fine. The problem is people don't want to say that. They want to be the guy to find out the secret meaning. You know, the secret meaning no one else saw, and it's like, dude, don't be a fucking. You're a pretentious idiot. You are a pretentious idiot. Male feminists are just guys desperate for tomboy GF, basically just a guy with tits or something. Not even that. Male feminists are just rapists. It was literally that Anno thought the crosses looked cool. Yeah, he admitted to it. It's like, yeah, he just thought the imagery looked cool. You can see the biblical stuff in Ava, but was Geyserk actually a tyrant or the story is exaggerated? Skull Knight himself says that he did a lot of stupid shit, so I assume he, at least on some level, was kind of a tyrant. I kind of assumed he just wanted to bang his elf wife all day. Isn't Anno like a huge asshole narcissist or something? No, he's very depressed. Very, very depressed guy. The whole reason he made Evangelion is because he was convinced the world was going to end. That's not even a joke. Alright. There we go. Cross was a callback to Ultraman's creator converting to Catholicism, and it does look cool. Yeah. Like, it's something that I realize the more I get into media stuff and watching, like, behind-the-scenes stuff on media. A lot of the stuff people say is, like, ultra-thought-out details and, like, no, but actually there was a hidden meaning to this, and really it's so thought out. You watch a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff or interviews, directors will flat out say, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I just thought that looked cool. They'll flat out say it, which puts into perspective a lot of stuff to where you go, so this isn't some, like, the curtains being depressing shit. A lot of the time, it's literally just blue curtains were cheap and they bought them. A lot of anime uses Christian imagery for the sole reason if it goes hard, and Western lefties actively refuse to accept that. Not every anime is Angel's Egg. Yeah. Does this mean Ultraman was a good Christian boy? He was the best Christian boy. Real cool for a reason. Yeah, rule of cool isn't even a thing of like, oh, well, that applies sometimes. Like, no, that's honestly kind of the standard. Like, it's honestly kind of the standard because, there we go. Because a lot of time stuff happens in stories for the sake of, we have to get the scene over with, and we have to get this over with as affordable as possible. So shit just kind of happens. Behind the scenes stuff is always fun to see. Oh, yeah. I believe Trigun creator was also a Christian. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, a lot of people compare Vash to Jesus, and for reasons that actually do kind of make sense. Oh yeah, it's snowing. It's the Christmas season. I feel so Christmassy. Just don't believe the Space Odyssey ending was explained by a call to the director. Honestly, I spent the last 4 days sewing and not being online. Great way to detox. I have no idea what you goobers are on about. I just want to get to Heaven's Ward already. Check out the Nocturne doc yet? No. I spent all my time working on the Gintama video and watching Aquitaine Hunger Force's background noise. Because I need something I'm not actively paying attention to while I'm working. Come out here. I did sit down and listen to Marshall's video, and he's the one that did the Far Cry 5 one, and he worked hard. He worked very hard on it. He's still super early, but everything in that video that might make you annoyed or piss you off, that's all just growing pains. Every early channel goes through that, so give him some time, give him some patience. I love how John Bosch made Vash. Oh yeah, he was great. Irishman sat me down and we checked out the first few episodes of Thousand Year Blood War. Because I have not gotten anywhere near Thousand Year Blood War, but I know enough about Bleach to where I'm not confused by it. And he was like super excited because like, dude, it's so fucking good. And I will admit, Anime 4, it's pretty fucking hardcore so far. Like when the old man just like lights the dude on fire and melts him down to like just a skull. It's like, holy shit. Hey, Lolly Joseph Sake. I'm not well versed enough in sake brands to really know. I will say I do prefer it warm. Like warm sake, it's always been nice. Whenever it was cold, that's usually when it was kind of ick. Thousand Year Blood War is an incredible arc. Oh yeah, it's been fun as hell so far. That's why I really need to like finish the run through of the anime I'm on, so I can get to it and we can all watch it. Rip Satsuma, the actor of Godzilla in the Heisei era. Yeah. Dead at 76. Actual fucking legend. Director's commentary on Kick-Ass, The Treat. If I recall correctly, they blew most of the money on guns and music and used camera tricks using the crew's hobbies to fill out stuff and extras. That's pretty cool. And once again, leads to the idea of not everything in a movie is intentional. A lot of the time, it's very much the opposite. Hot sake, warm is kind of meh. I haven't had it, like, hot. That would actually be interesting. I mean, it's perfect season for it. It is winter. Part of me wants to write a book and say when people overanalyze my story, try to see that missed the mark, just troll them. You never know. Don't go into it anticipating that, though. Just, like, stick to simple shit. When you're starting off, simplicity is king. You would be amazed how many people fall into the trap of that. That's on Jim's stream or the Jur stream of that UK lady. If not, the UK lady, the one that was like Sam Hyde's girlfriend and like she showed up super fucking wasted. Because I know that one was like a fucking trash fire. And once again, leads to the idea of like never ever take a fucking ex-girlfriend at face value. Just never do that. Is it snowing in Kentucky? No. It's actually been kind of warm. Alright. Instead of like audio quality, do you have any writing tips? That's just something you learn as you do. Like I know that sounds very like, we'll just figure it out. I mean, quite literally just figure it out. The last thing you do is try to copy other people. You just stream of consciousness for the beginning of it. It's gonna be clunky and it's gonna be clunky and unstructured, but you just figure it out. Consequences of Rei and Asuka have been a great tragedy in anime and manga writing. Greatest advice, fail a lot. Yeah, basically. So Sam Hyde keeps getting away with it? Well, once again, it's just kind of a thing of, if you listen to an ex-girlfriend, particularly one with a reputation of being crazy and like a drunk, yeah, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. I've seen people canceling Wendigoon and Mark Miller for stupid shit. No, the hilarious part about that is like, okay, the H-Bomber guy video comes out, and as stated, there are some parts of that weird me the fuck out. To the point that people have accused me of being a conspiracy theorist for pointing out, hey, if you look into the context of why they made the video, the guy they gunned after, James Somerton, he was trying to get in on the BreadTuber website they're all on, Nebula, and when he was rejected and accused them of homophobia, they were immediately accusing him of plagiarism, as if they already knew. So for years straight, they did not tell anybody he was a plagiarist and let him collect money just so they can make a big video essay to cancel him. That's fucking weird. But point is, regarding all that, you know, put that to the side. Yeah, BreadTube people like spouted the word plagiarism so hard that everyone just grew exhausted of it within the span of like 3 days. Because they tried gunning after Wendigoon, trying to say he was a piece of shit, which made everyone go, okay, so this has nothing to do with plagiarism, it's just a character assassination. There have been other video essays by BreadTube adjacent people that have also tried to gun after Internet Historian purely because of the fact of, well, he was like ex-4chan Nazi type, whatever, which people went, okay, so this has nothing to do with plagiarism. A lot of like verified accounts came out and said, well, he probably just hired like a script writer that kind of got lazy and fucked him over. This really isn't that big a deal. So once again, the whole plagiarism thing kind of died down, where people went, well, if he just hired a guy who did this and just didn't check, you know, that's bad, but who fucking cares? It's literally the exact thing that happened with Cinemassacre. And on top of that, you also had shit like them trying to gun after his other videos, like the Costa Concordia, and go like, well, that's plagiarism. People went, it's like 2 fucking sentences from a Vanity Fair article, and he reworded them anyway. What the fuck you talking about plagiarism? And when people confront a lot of the people on like the BreadTube Reddit page, or like, you know, the Internet Historian Reddit page that are trying to do this, they would go like, well, he still should have credited the article. And it's like, so because he didn't put a fucking link in the description saying he got that for the video, it's plagiarism? Like, what kind of fucking standard is that? And immediately everything shut up. Like, it went quiet, it went shut up. That James plagiarism was so bad, why H Bomber Guy video was bloated with a bunch of other randos, the stories were already over. Exactly. If that guy was so important to call out, why did you drag in other people who everyone already knew? Shit like that is why that video kind of sputtered out. Even my wallet's rewrites, nothing can change. One fact, Sam Hyde gets away with it. Worst game launcher? Epic Game Store, honestly. Because it buys up games for exclusivity solely to get people to use it, and it's still nowhere near as functional as Steam. Everything's plagiarism. Let's not forget, H Bomber Guy stole his Fallout 3 video from a Reddit No Mutants Allowed post. Yeah, and apparently even had to apologize for it too. To which people pointed that out, and the defense from the fans of, well, he admitted to it and owned up to it. And everyone went, hey, wait a minute, I thought you said with plagiarism it never happens just once. So what other times did he fucking plagiarize? And once again, everything went quiet. Because they were trying to push that video hard. I mean, it's still showing up in recommendeds, and it's at like 10 million views. It had fucking articles written about it. And the apparent result of it is a bunch of people going, holy shit, this is the pettiest thing on earth, who fucking cares? And now a bunch of H Bomber Guy's fans are realizing he was connected to Medicare. What are the times that happened? Exactly. That's what I mean. There's nothing wrong with plagiarism unless you have jealousy in your veins. Plagiarism can be a dick move. It can be very much a dick move. If you are literally just copying somebody word for word and passing it off as what you did, that's a dick move. But it's usually in the vein of you both wrote an article that is the exact same thing. You know, you both wrote a review and it's literally the exact same points, exact same wording. That is a dick move. But it's also not the worst thing in the world, because a lot of people who start out with making reviews or making creative stuff like that, they do copy people that they look up to or people that they know are successful because it fucking works. The whole point is you move away from it and have enough of your own identity to the point you're not just a contemporary. You are not just a ripoff. If you still do it and you end up becoming popular and refuse to stop doing it, then you're a dick. Oh yeah, H Bomber guy plagiarized a shit ton of things in his old videos. I mean, going by his standards, his new standards, he did at least way back when I used to watch him. He did the same thing IH did, sometimes worse. Exactly. That's why that's why once again I think there's a reason why they kind of went quiet with those standards, because everyone went, hey, wait a minute, if we do this, everyone's fucking guilty. How does Medicare factor into the hit piece into the Internet Historian? H Bomber guy used to be part of a trolling group called Medicare, which Mr. Medicare was a part of. Medicare even has stories of when H Bomber guy was part of the group and the shit they got up to together. Needless to say, H Bomber guy is dealing with a massive amount of trolls remorse and knows he is fucked if people find out that shit about him and use it to gun after him. He is fucked. I mean, he is a guy who is just operating off borrowed time. So when are we going to see TheAlmightyLoli discount version trying to imitate you? Hopefully none, because I am super fucking rough. And I literally just slap clips into DaVinci Resolve and see what happens. He'll be eaten by another bread tuber. Yep, that's the ecosystem. Someone will make a big call-out video on him, talking about how toxic and horrible he is, how he doesn't represent everybody. I especially think so with the fact that he's had this big video that was so grand and great and has like 10 million views. Everyone loves him. I definitely think it's more than likely going to happen, because someone will smell blood in the water, be like, oh, well, you are on the Icarus rise right now. I can make you fall, and I can prop it off you. I mean, it happens. It's that ecosystem. It's a very, very bad culture. That's on Black Clover manga. It's continuing on the 25th of December, and I'm hyped for its return. I'm curious about your thoughts on the manga if you're interested in reading. I never got really into Black Clover. I just lost a view on my Far Cry 5 video. What's the fuck? Don't worry about it. That's just YouTube. YouTube removes bot views, and it really doesn't matter. I heard that the main journalist behind the Vice Japanese or pedos hit piece got arrested for being a nonce. No, one of the people that contributed to it got arrested. No, the actual lady who had a hand in it and was responsible for it won like an award and became like a contributor at CNN for like their Tokyo branch. All of which is purely done so they can go, well, see, the documentary made some points. The lady was like propped up. It's super good. She wasn't rewarded in spite of the documentary being shit. She was rewarded because it was shit. You know, it's giving false credentials, basically. Is Burn Notice on your review list? It could be. I have not watched that show in so fucking long. And that really is a different era of TV. Like, holy shit. Apparently YouTube by its design can double count views, so at times it will self-adjust view count. Yeah, Estee, it's not really a big deal. Shouldn't be doing nice. Not a lot of people can say you draw almost 1,000 people to watch play an MMO. Crap at that. These numbers still aren't as high as some other people. It's not even like a glass half empty thing. It's like, no, I like being niche. I like being a turtle in a small pond. I can just hide in my shell and everyone leaves me the fuck alone. There you go. Is Ruby still around? Yeah, Ruby is on the list, but that's something I have to make preparation for, because that's something to where, like, the show itself is so boring. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I never got into Ruby because it was like, my problem with Ruby is it is literally every anime ever. It is a bunch of girls at a monster fighting academy learning how to fight monsters, and they represent different elements. And I am just so bored. The gimmick was it was made by Rooster Teeth, and it uses CG. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't care. I can watch a million different anime that are different than this. The thing that makes Ruby interesting is the backstory behind it. The people involved and how they're all fucking crazy, and how they actively sabotage the show. Because they became desperate to appeal to fans under any means necessary. So characters who are straight in one season will just suddenly become lesbians in the other. And they would like go as far as just making the weirdest fucking political jabs ever. Like one guy just becomes evil for no reason because they want him to be like a Trump allegory. and it makes no sense. Would you put a gun in your mouth if someone paid you to review Hungarian Spice? The most I'll say is, yeah, it died. It was a money laundering operation. It's like, there's literally nothing else to say. It was not made for the intent of artistic expression. It was made to launder money. They were forced by court order to release it. I haven't watched the video, but I still get recommended it every day, and videos from nobody saying he's right. Any idea why the hell YouTube is pushing it so hard? Reminder that BreadTube makes a bunch of fucking money, and they directly network and get insiders into companies. Like, nobody is richer than people claiming to be socialists. That's on sewing. Very useful skill. Did you see the leaks of Suicide Squad game? Yeah, I saw the clip of the ending, and, oof. Not the best thing to end Kevin Conroy's era of Batman on. All I'll say. Very, very much not the best thing. Even when I'm possibly graduating from college, I still have to worry about plagiarism. Not like I try to copy people intentionally, but man, it's hard to stand out from the crowd. That's the thing. College standards of plagiarism are bullshit. Like, college standards of plagiarism are literally bullshit. CTA citations don't make any fucking sense. Like, they'll tell you you have to quote the specific sentence of an article you pulled from. The general public does not care. So long as you just say, hey, I got this from this article, check it out, it's interesting, no one will care. Like, just don't put in word-for-word statements. That's literally all you have to do. Do a Hungarian Spice review, but the actual contents of videos explaining how a money laundering operation is. No mention the anime, or any anime for that matter. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, for an April Fool's video, that actually wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Did you hear about the Boston mayor? I did not. I'm assuming they did something stupid. Christmas. Best time of the year. When you tell 100 people to write about the same thing, of course there'll be overlap. Yeah. It's like, what is that saying? If you put a bunch of monkeys in a room with a typewriter, they'll just come out with Shakespeare. Do you have any theory on why so many game studios getting hacked and leaked like The Last of Us, GTA 6, now Suicide Squad? I definitely think it's the consequences of the, how should I word this? So, a long ass time ago, there was an announcement by the federal government that tech companies have to put backdoors in for the feds to access your sites. Access your technology, access your devices, access websites. There has to be a backdoor put in place for the feds. The thing is, any backdoor you put there is not going to just be used by the feds. It can be used by other parties because that's why they exist. So all it takes is one party figuring out where that backdoor is, and boom, you have major tech compromises. And with the fact that cybersecurity in general has been going down the fucking drain because of what Noel from Kiwi Farms refers to as the competency crisis, where people getting into tech don't actually have good teachers to teach them how to use tech. They're relying off people who are relying off people who are relying off people that actually wrote the fucking code. We're kind of seeing the consequence of the snowball. Backdoor is just an easy in for bad actors. Exactly. Have you watched Mortal Kombat Cage Match? I have not. Animation is a lot of money launching. I think you and Shota were the ones who said in your Elden Ring stream that Family Guy cost 100,000 euros for an episode. Yeah, and it does not look like that at all. It all goes to like voice talent and shit like that. To Wolfie, for 50 fake money, it's time for me to get to work. I wish you a good rest of the stream and happy holidays. Yeah, we only got, what day is it? 8 days till Christmas. Be pretty fucking good. Having data during a debate defeats the purpose of a debate. Debates are to allow the most charismatic and confident to succeed and the meek and vulnerable to sit back and serve. Yeah, debates are bullshit. I mean, the idea of a debate is like both people are able to word their point in a way to where you genuinely consider the ideas of each. Now it's literally just tripping each other up. It's just sabotaging the other guy. It has nothing to do with actually making a point. Yeah, debate me, bro. Yeah, debate me. I hate that shit so much. It's like debate bro shit is just fucking retarded. Happy holidays, much love. Also, can you review Madoka Magica? Madoka Magica is on the list. I plan on covering a bunch of shit that's been kind of been sat on for a while. Early next year, like early to like mid next year. So that's gonna keep me busy. That's gonna keep me busy. Also trying to crack down on like videos that are longer than like 20 minutes, because yeah, I definitely get to the point of okay, I am getting in the way of myself here. I need to stop doing that. Debate me, bro. Why don't you debate some bitches? I think Dawkins and Harris were somewhat responsible for internet atheists being assholes. Oh, I definitely think they fed into it. As stated, smug 2000s liberal. Worst thing to happen to American culture in a very long time. YouTubers can sound eloquent and commanding when they're talking to themselves into a microphone in the comfort of their bedroom in PJs. Yeah. I'm quite literally doing that. I have my PJs on. I mean, I have my sleep pants on. I have a Gojira shirt, but close enough. Thoughts on the story of the DLC from God of War Valhalla being the scene from Endgame where Hulk feels embarrassed from his past self stretched out to 2 hours? Oh, yeah. The man I heard that is like, oh, yeah, you go talk to old Kratos from the trilogy, and it's just new Kratos talking about how he's such a piece of shit. I'm like, oh, my God, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. You're not clever. Yes, I know. Kratos in the original trilogy was a bad guy. That's missing the point of the trilogy. He was the bad guy that gods created. Gojira or Godzilla, based either way. I call him Godzilla, because that's America. That's how we pronounce him. Japan, yeah, they call him Gojira. Also, there was gay sex in the Senate. Yeah. How does it feel to be a niche micro internet celebrity? Niche, micro, unknown, underground internet celebrity. Thank you very much. Just missing the point on Kratos himself. Yeah. Isn't an achievement called God of Hope? Yeah, even with that, like, Kratos is very much a bad guy. Kratos, God of War 1, he is a tragic figure who gets revenge on Ares because Ares legitimately fucks him over. Even then, he was a violent warrior that raided and killed villages. God of War 2, he goes mad with power, being a god, and starts to turn on Olympus. God of War 3, he destroys the world. The whole idea is the gods put him on the path to become that.
What think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
Yeah, Kratos was a bad guy. Yeah, no shit. He was the protagonist of a Greek tragedy. Exactly.
Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well, do I
Remember when 100K was considered a big channel? Yeah, right?
Since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together.
Kratos is pretty much the gods playing themselves to their own hubris. Yeah.
Many problems we face. Should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
You'll always be known as the guy who made a really long Berserk video. Yep, that's all you gotta know.
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity.
Back in the day, people who disagree would just kill each other.
Doubts as to the good this organization will achieve.
Is Kentucky a mutual combat state? No, you can get arrested for suggesting it.
Soldiers of the three grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the
I mean, that's talking about like duels to the death. If it's just like, hey, I'll beat the shit out of you, no one cares.
Force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of
So the mayor of Boston tried to have a secret BIPOC-only meeting. She sends invitations to the wrong people and it got leaked. Kicker is that her husband's a white male. Oh my god.
into a private army.
Once again, how the fuck is it that nobody can like... Why the fuck is it that people calling this out and going, holy shit, this is racist, end up being such spurgs that nobody takes it seriously, when in fact this is extremely racist? That's why I resent guys like Tim Pool, because it's like, no, these are actually very important problems. It's like, no, black politicians should not be this confident about saying fuck white people. Archive of Star Control for $2. Why what is it with you guys? What is it with guys getting penetrated in senates?
And what of the presence of a stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor?
Why indeed?
I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause.
Loli's fondness for Berserk is such a double-edged sword. On one hand, he's made Berserk more accessible. On the other hand, he made Berserk more accessible. Yeah.
Yet I have known people to change.
And the PSP games explain more of why Kratos hates the gods. Yeah.
Hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sand.
As we call them in New Hampshire, woman's a masshole. Yeah.
Cannot be done about Telechi.
And illegal per the Equality Act and anti-discrimination. Yeah. It's why they cope with, well, you know, they're just trying to get opinions without white people talking over them. It's like, do you know how you fucking sound?
To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
What's sad is that the party still happened. Yeah.
It is all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing?
See, I remember a time when the internet would find out about a politician pushing for an all-black political meeting, and people would crash it with, like, Klan robes. I remember that. People were brave back then. Now everyone's so fucking domesticated, they see that and they post about it and go, oh, that's so terrible, and then continue to do nothing. We used to be a country.
Have faith, your grace. It is not over.
What point can you simply not work with people when they don't realize something as simple as racism when you do something as innocuous to swap one word in their sentence for another in the same? Well, you're not supposed to work with them. You're supposed to call them out and mock them and make fun of them. The only problem is society has gotten so stupid they will side with the guy who is still the, like, unabashed idiot. Like, the world became a South Park episode. Where my country gone? Yeah. That is something that, like, okay. That is something I will think about. Like, as I got closer into the modern era of South Park, I really started finding more episodes that were just rockier. Like, just rockier to the point of genuinely getting kind of annoyed and frustrated. Because, like, for instance, not just the Trump ones. Trump ones, I had some moments, but even then, by and large, it felt like too much like political ranting. Man Bear Pig 1 also felt like, why are you even doubling back on this? Because, like, you were right in 2004. So, Trump made the world a South Park episode. Not even Trump. Just the threat of Trump. The threat of Trump broke people's minds, and they couldn't understand that he was just, you know, a president. Trey Matt's reasoning for not bashing Biden is still totally weak sauce shit. Yeah, especially as stated going through the recent season with how much they really went at Trump. Where I legitimately forgot, like, okay, you actually did go pretty hard against Trump, so not going against Biden. This feels like there's probably producers, and I'm going with the optimistic version and saying there's probably producers in their ears telling them you're not allowed to make fun of this, you're not allowed to make fun of that. To which even then, that's not that good of an excuse, because all you can think is, remember when you would specifically buck against censors like that and tell them to go fuck themselves? It's like, yeah, it definitely feels like they're getting a little too old and tired, and like, if you don't want to be edgy and subversive, just call it. Just, you know, stick to the games, you know, have a game come out every, like, 3 or 4 years, something like that. Make one final movie, just end South Park before it goes full Archer and it just fully sputters into, oh god, that's still going? So society get dumber or society get too overly emotional or rather emotionally mature? All. The answer is all of the above. We're really in Weimar Republic too, degeneracy and worthless money. And I wouldn't go that far. Don't talk like Civil War's around the horizon, because no one takes that shit seriously. Why is Twitter suddenly bringing up Bayonetta again? Because people tried to use it as a gotcha against Kojima, and then everyone forgot. All right, everyone arbitrarily decided to hate Bayonetta 3 because Viola. So now you're doubling back on that and trying to go against Kojima, even though the teaser trailer Kojima put out doesn't even point to anything yet. Would you like for Legendary to introduce Miki, ESP girl in the Heisei era, a style character in the movie since Kong has Signs Girl? Not Legendary. Keep it to Japanese style. Legendary would not be able to do that right. Trey and Matt are open Republicans, and there's rumors that they pissed off the military. Well, I mean, yeah, they piss off everybody. What I'm saying is I think there's producers in their ear telling them what to make fun of and what not to. Because, yeah, I mean, the fact they decided not to gun after Biden after they did, like, multiple seasons worth of making fun of Trump, like, that was something to where I'm like, okay, now that I've went through the modern seasons with, you know, a more aged mind, comparing to, like, when I was, like, in high school or something, and they were out, and I just didn't, well, not high school, Trump was elected after I left. Like, I was not caught up on South Park anymore, and I would just catch clips every now and again. I do kind of realize, like, there was a lot more bitterness about that than I remember. So it's like, yeah, come on, at least make the pain equal. Trey and Matt don't really need to make South Park anymore. They're already millionaires. Yeah, I think it's contracts. You were in high school then? Yeah, 2016. Year I graduated. Makes you feel old, you bastard. Reminds me of a late night show comedy comedian that didn't make fun of Obama was 24/7 Trump. Yeah. That's what I mean, where it's like, there's still moments that are good. I liked the multiverse special a lot. I thought that was really, really good, and actually, that was a case where both sides was accurate. Just not to the depth it needed to be, where it's like, hey, there's actual financial incentive to ring the bell and scream woke, because, I mean, it created a whole fucking industry of that shit. But it was still close enough where it was willing to call out Kathleen Kennedy and Disney to the point that you had articles coming out and saying, well, Disney's not losing money because of wokeness, it's other stuff. And basically people are going, oh, so they are losing money? Okay. Was Comedy Central have on the guys? They made the network. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be anything like blackmail. It could literally just be, we'll cancel the show. And hey, they might want to keep going. They might want to keep doing this. Even if some seasons pointed to them going, for the love of God, fucking cancel us already. We're tired. Can Gigan work in the Legendary movies? I think Gigan can. I think any kaiju can. It's the small details around the kaijus that are like, eh. Comedy in the entertainment industry got the memo and focused on their target. Problem is when you've got too much of an organized front arrayed against one guy and it's clear it's all fake. That's the worst part, when it's blatantly fake. Like, when it's obviously fake, it's going to blow up in your face because everyone's just going to go, well, that's not real. You know, comedy only works when it's based in reality. I mean, I say that, but it's like political comedy only works when it's based in reality. Cyclops Productions for 10 fake monies. South Park's big 2023 takedown was Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They weren't wrong about them, but it felt safe edgy. Prince Harry's a Hollywood outsider, and they helped shut the gate against him. Yeah, I definitely think you're right. They might be a Republican on paper, but they still live in L.A. And I say that those COVID specials really pointed to safe edgy, where they wanted to say something way more scathing, and they just couldn't. That's what I'm convinced of the post-COVID. They had signs of like, okay, this is fucking ridiculous. What are we doing? And they just weren't allowed to go through with it. That's what I think. I mean, they may have pissed off the military because Trey and Matt's bosses may have committed a crime. Well, okay. That one I would like to get context of because that'd be funny.
But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know.
Oh, we are getting teases of Heaven's Ward. Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
I embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to.
Matt's being called diaper face and proud they're able to keep that line. Well, the thing is, a lot of the small jokes they would throw in pointed to much larger stuff. COVID specials fucking sucked. As stated, I think because they were sabotaged. I think because they weren't allowed to go as hard on every angle as they wanted. When it came to the multiverse movie of South Park, who give credit to the anti-woke, they were able to take criticism on the chin, unlike the woke side. Yeah, decent enough. Remember my school had spicy quesadillas, and after Michael Obama, they were all replaced with chicken quesadillas. Fuck that bitch. Saw the Noel interview with that lady with a trans activist, sick to police to her. She was just slightly turfed, yet that ended with her almost having her right for privacy stomped. Yeah.
done much for
Be fair, Bayo 3, Viola is such an annoying cunt that the game tries to play off as a cool bitch. It's the exact opposite. What are you talking about?
deeds again ere long.
They expressly make a point that Viola is not cool.
Should you learn aught of value,
The rumor mill is the bosses are involved with Epstein and China and lots of blackmail.
more welcome should they wait.
See, that's something I'm gonna need proof for, because South Park went pretty fucking hard against China. You get the Streamlab donation? I was in the middle of a cutscene, so I didn't want to move away from it. If they have voice acting, I don't want to move away from it, because when I click off, it's gonna, mute it. Mark99 for $2. When reviewing Ruby, I recommend talking to a dude called Fatman Falling. He and his friends reviewed and talked about Ruby in a lot of detail. One of them is even writing his own version of Ruby. Stuff like that. I'd rather keep it to, just objective documentation. Not to be a dick, but it's the thing of, I don't want to get involved with other channels that much. Sure, it's exciting at first, then you kind of realize, I kind of want everyone to stay off my lawn. I really want people to stay off my lawn. Why the fuck aren't you people getting off my lawn? Viola's cool because she's just a dork. I like her and I don't see people hate her at this point. It's literally just that screenshot. The screenshot of the camera zooming in on her during her fucking end cinematic for a fight. And they went, oh my god, she looks so terrible. Ignoring the fact that everyone in Bayo 3 kind of looked off because it was Switch graphics. And the fact that, there's more to Viola than just that. There is more to her than just that. That was another case where anytime I heard people talk about it, I just went, so you didn't play the fucking game? And then I go, well, why would I play it? It's so there you go. Oh, shotgun, get the hell off my lawn! Do I might as well become a Japanese series of movies or start over again? They outright said they're doing sequels, and we might get Biolante, which that'd be cool. Ever seen Monster House? Yeah, I think pretty much every 2000s kid that saw Monster House. It's pretty good as not quite starter horror, but kids are just getting into starter horror, which is its own whole thing. Because it's spooky enough. It has enough dark subject matter for it to work. But it's not like a horror movie at all. It's a kid's movie. You ever watch SpongeBob? Fucking everybody watches SpongeBob, dude. Everybody has seen at least a clip of SpongeBob, at least. You gotta see Jim's stream. Crisco fisting opening was the perfect start, and the King of Pulp meltdown with Chef Kiss. I didn't even check it out. I did hear about the Crisco fisting. And I was like, okay, that sounds funny. That's on the film that forms on top of queso as it cools. Shake the queso enough and it won't be a problem. Just, make sure to stir it every now and then. Alright. It's horror for 8-year-olds. Yeah, basically. Or at least SpongeBob's still pretty damn funny. But that's what I mean. Fucking everybody has seen it at some point. We might actually be in Heaven's Ward now that I think about it. If we're not in Heaven's Ward, we are getting very close to it. Okay. We're not there yet, but we are getting close to it because we're in this region, and this region basically kicks it off. Remember Shortfire talked about Bayo 3, and he somehow mentioned as a replacement of tearing down the Legacy for new crap. Honestly, find it hard to believe. Yeah, no, no. Yes, it ends with Bayo being retired, but A, they open up the possibility she could come back, and B, I thought it was done decently well. They dedicated the entire game to it. The entire point of the game was building up the fact that Bayo was gonna die. And Viola ended up being pretty damn fun as a character. I like Viola. Once again, anytime I hear people shit talk her, it's just the design, to which I go, fair enough, but everyone in Bayo 3 looks off, so it is what it is. And on top of that, her character is fun. She's genuinely entertaining. I rolled the shit out of my handgun the other day. Feels smooth. Yeah. There we go. If you want to get along with somebody, just start going SpongeBob. As stated, fucking everybody's watched it. I've toured the only kid who hasn't watched SpongeBob, but now he's heard of it. Last Jedi ruined the idea of the lead being replaced by a new person. Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. I think a lot of it's just people snapping at the very idea because so many times they've been burned. So now they've gotten not quite traumatized, but definitely a lot more like, no, we're not doing that. It's like, last quest for Realm Reborn's Before the Dawn. Okay, so we're still ways off. Viola is we have Nero at home. Not even. Instead, she is a different character. She is fun. What is Dick Bro texting? Oh, god damn it. It's fucking Michael Jackson memes. Dick Bro really has embraced his role as a dad. Favorite 2000s kids movie? Fucking, I don't know. I haven't thought about that in God knows how long. Thought I was gonna text to his dick again. No. Estate, he's given up his wild ways and is now just full on boomer dad. Since you watch SpongeBob is getting naked an effective real estate tactic, it's worked every time someone's done it. Maybe these YouTubers are telling the truth until you actually play the game, watch the show, movie, then find out they are bullshit. Ours, good example of is It's a Gundam. It's a thing where I don't even want to really shit on him. It's the fact of like they quite literally get their details off Twitter. Sometimes that is right. Like in the case of like Suicide Squad with the leaks, they're just showing you the footage of the leaks and what the ending is, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty like fucking blatant. But I have noticed there are like way too many people that just take accounts that post shit from V at face value. And it's a thing where like I'm still seeing people do the Spider-Man 2 thing where they're shitting on that for reasons where I'm like, listen, if you're gonna shit on the game, at least be accurate. Like with fucking the scene where Venom attacks Spider-Man and Mary Jane in their house, and Mary Jane jumps in front of Spider-Man. And they go like, well, why the fuck would she even do that? She knows Spider-Man's invincible. Like, why would she even do that? That's just them making Peter weak again. And that was something to where I'm like, are you actually just autistic? Because A, it's her fucking like fiance, boyfriend, what have you. So she's protective. And B, she knows if Peter gets infected with the symbiote, they all fucking die. Mary Jane designs ass. Everyone's design is ass in the game. That's the thing. It's not like a Mary Jane exclusive thing. Everyone looks like shit in that game. It's that uncanny valley, too hyper realistic, not quite stylized enough to make it work thing. Is Raiden Nero syndrome? People don't like Viola because they like Bayonetta. Yeah, that's what I think it is. And they just invent reasons. Because I mean, it does legit dip into inventing reasons. Like I said, the people trying to say, like, Viola is cooler than Bayonetta. It's like, okay, so you didn't play the game. Because they expressly make a point Viola is not cooler. What is the final solution to the V problem? Stop listening to people who post V threads.
Is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress.
If Dick Bro isn't the bisexual one, why is he called that? Because he tried sending people his dick during a stream one time. He got super drunk. So her diving for Venom's attacks, understandable. Yeah, it's like a small moment to introduce her as Scream. And it's like, oh, fuck.
And I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travail.
So what's the Suicide Squad ending? The final hero you kill is Batman, and he's sitting on a bench, and Harley Quinn pulls the gun out and points it against his head. And reminder that Suicide Squad is the last voice acting role Kevin Conroy did as Batman before he died.
That towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate.
You quote me without the context of previous post, but it's all good. Oh, I'm talking in general. Like, I'm talking in general. It is a thing that other people have said. I distinctly remember when Bayonetta 3 was coming out and people were saying that shit. Yeah, wow, Jesus, yeah, bruh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, yeah.
That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority.
Warner Bros. Games killed a Rocksteady Superman game to make Suicide Squad game. We were robbed. I don't even blame Warner Bros. For it. Everyone's going like, man, fuck WB, fuck W. Well, not. I blame WB. I don't blame Rocksteady. That's what I mean. Rocksteady got the short end of the stick. They're doing a contract job. It is blatant. They're doing a contract job. Got so he doing the Spider-Man remaster gentrified Peter's face. Yeah, because he looks awful. You're saying I get to literally murder my childhood. I want to die. Yeah. We thought this game was a good idea.
Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent.
Fuck WB for turning Monolith into a licensed game factory. Yeah. Monolith had some of the best gimmicks in games, and they would just always fuck them over. Like, they patented the Nemesis system, so no one can ever use the Nemesis system. Kevin Conroy dying not long afterwards really didn't help. Yeah. I mean, at first, it's just kind of like a try-hard, like, oh, haha, get it, you're killing childhood superheroes, and it's like, okay, that's funny for like 5 seconds. But now, with the fact Kevin Conroy's dead, it's like, oh shit, what do you do? That Batman ending sounds fake. It's not. The clip is out there. That's what I mean by, like, this is one you can't debate, because the clip is out there. Blood reboot when? Blood would be fun. Especially as today with, like, modern Monolith. Imagine what they could do with modern tech. Yeah, I can't blame Rocksteady because they didn't know Kevin was dying because he told no one. Yeah, as stated, it's a thing where, like, I don't necessarily blame them. It's the fact that it was a contract job nobody wanted to do, so you already have that cynicism with it. I mean, it's a fucking Destiny clone. It is literally a Destiny clone. So you have that with the fact that the Superman game got canceled, with the fact that everyone doesn't want Rocksteady to be doing this shit and they want them to do, like, other games that were more open and more player-friendly and less live service. And now with the ending being you literally kill Kevin Conroy, it's like, oh boy. How was PS4 Spider-Man 1? I liked it. Spider-Man PS4 was a lot of fun. It is very, very fun. It feels like the most unabashed love letter to Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 had moments. It's just the fact that, yeah, you could... I definitely kind of agree with Shota where parts of it feel really rushed. Like they couldn't decide... They couldn't decide at what point Venom shows up, so they just shove him into, like, Act 3. Because you get, like, what, 5 or 6 missions fighting Venom, and then, boom, you get to the ending. Compare that to Kraven, he has this long-ass build-up throughout the entire game, and it's great. And it does feel like Kraven was meant to be the main bad guy for the game. That's why I was convinced for a bit. It's like, oh, they're going to make Kraven fucking Venom. No. Okay, so this guy. Oh, they're outside. I was about to say, if I have to do a bunch of fucking blue checks, it's all just unlocking dungeons. It's kind of a Spider-Man 3 situation. That's kind of what it feels like, yeah. Plus, most of the big members of Rocksteady have left, so Rocksteady might not be the same after Suicide Squad. That is true. Like that's always a classic thing people don't realize. Is like, hey, once everyone leaves, it's not the same company anymore. Sorry, Alex, for 2 fake money. Sorry to interrupt you. Gotta ask, what the fuck happened to Ricada? Mind worms. Mind worms caused by whiskey. Be careful of drinking, man. It can sneak up on you. It's called the devil in a bottle for a reason. Someone has a little slime. Alright. I'm gonna be that guy. Hey. I'm gonna pet the slime. There we go. I'm happy now. Lots of porn extramarital affairs as well. Yeah. More than likely caused by the mind worms. Arcade more or less gave Real a W. Can't find the video, but people are talking about the leak audio of Batman's death. Yeah. Leak audio, and as stated, there's like clips going out there of it. Okay, I got brain slugged by Dick Master, and yeah. That's a Robert Pattinson's Batman. Did he do good in your opinion? I loved him as Batman. As Bruce, he didn't really win me over with the emo thing. Needs more of that separation of Bruce Wayne and Batman. When he's Batman, he's fucking awesome. Like, he is great. I love the fact that they do lean harder into World's Greatest Detective, and he's still able to beat the shit out of people. It's like, yeah, I thought he did great. Remember that Warner tried to shame people into not losing hope with Suicide Squad by guilt-tripping us with the death of Kevin Conroy? Yeah. Once again, making all the revelations all the more painful. Kevin Conroy also appeared in live action in some CW crap, and they killed him there too. You people jealous much? Yeah, right. I mean, that could have been a case of like, hey, kill me off because I know I'm dying, so just like end it. That is a case of like you just don't know what the context of that one. Nick took his naked wife to in front of a bunch of black people and thought, oh yeah, I feel so confident right now. I do not understand what the obsession with blacked is. I really don't get it. Like, I will never understand the fascination with blacked. Lefty cuckold types, blacked porn. Guys like Ricada where they want to do the alpha male shit, blacked porn. I will never understand that. Like, what? It's a thing where I now notice it, like, it's a thing where, so we have the Ryan Gosling pedophile thesis, which is not what you think it is. It's the one where, like, women identify with like, sexual assault more than men, where it's like, men want to be Ryan Gosling beating the shit out of a rapist, women want to be a woman trapped in a situation with a rapist, but, like, romantically, like a Harley Quinn novel. That thing, I kind of am starting to have like a similar thesis in regards to like blacked porn, where if a comedy series or a piece of media really fetishizes black people, where like you notice it with like Family Guy, where with Jerome, where the entire joke with Jerome was like he was a stereotypical like Barry White style black guy with a deep voice, and Lois is like fucking all over him and super like, oh my god, he's so great, and they really fetishize black people. Shadversity's book also does this, where there's the black guy who is from the culture where they dress very skimpily and they make a point he's super athletic and handsome. It's like, if you include details like that and specifically make a point of how cool and attractive black guys are, I'm just gonna think you have a fetish for watching your girlfriend or wife or what have you get fucked by black people. They gaslit themselves into believing the stereotype. Yeah. This is why American Dad is better. Thing is, I think American Dad also does those jokes at times. The only thing that's not actually popular is just pushed so much everyone thinks it is, because people in media fetishize black people. Modern DC's ruined Harley. She's just the author's puppet. Yeah. I mean, that's comics in general. And the defense to that is, well, comics have always used people as puppets. Like, yeah, you're not supposed to talk like that. I'm racist, so I just avoid anything with black people. I thought his Bruce made sense, and he didn't care about the Wayne's legacy until the end, where he now cares. And like I said, I like Bruce to be a completely distinct person from Batman. That's why I like Christian Bale so much. Christian Bale nailed that. He is like over-the-top American Psycho style, schmoozy Wall Street asshole, but when he's Batman, you just see that shift. American Dad's more black than the Cleveland Show. Black people are way better than white people, am I right? Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Once again, like fetishization. Pretty sure it used to be the whole woman side of things. Rebelling gets their parents. Now it's definitely a fetish deal. Yeah.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, crystal brave commander.
Wait, Cusack's supposed to be black. I thought people were supposed to be more Arabian or something. The bits I read from like people posting about it, very obviously a black dude. It's annoying how people want to tear down the Dark Knight because of its status. Yeah. What race fetishize the most? If it's not Japanese, it's definitely black people.
The Scions stand ready.
Shad? No, not him. Yeah, it's the fucking Shadows of the Conqueror book. The one that I was talking about for a little bit. Because it is a genuinely funny book. He didn't intend it to be that way, but it is genuinely funny. Which, you know, in terms of other YouTube people out to make a piece of media, at least he finished it. At least you can buy it. And at least it's only just funny bad. You know? In terms of so much other stuff, it's like, at least it's just that.
So our worst fears are confirmed.
I love Japanese office ladies. That's my fetish. Yeah.
Such power defies comprehension.
No one ever fetishizes me. It ain't fair, man.
Truly? Kryl is alive?
To be fair, Bill's Batman voice was kind of silly at times. Yeah, but, you know. I'm not throwing out the whole baby with the bathwater just because of a gruff voice. That's on Punchline. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My thanks. I shall contact you anon.
Why do specifically modern white men act very gay but are straight? Yeah.
When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet,
woman in business suit's objectively hot.
She has. She still
sexualized business suit. There is a difference.
Better that than death. Putting this happy
well, the skirt's kind of tight and shows off enough leg. There are absolutely business suits you can find. They're just baggy and just plain. I fetishize black women, especially tall, fit black women raised right. Lana Kane from Archer. Lana is pretty good. I don't think his book is very good, but I do think it's reasonably funny schlock despite all the rape. To me, the rape is part of what makes it funny. Like, oh no, I'm not above laughing at rape. How far be it from me to make fun of dark subject matter for the sake of levity, which is the entire purpose of comedy.
Louisois, I pray you yet watch over us.
They digitally altered Christian Bale's Batman voice in The Dark Knight. It wasn't completely his fault. Yeah. You know, that is true. They did fuck with it. I said fun, but also, yes, it's funny. What's your favorite detective-style superhero? Stuff like Batman, Rorschach, etc. Detective-style, definitely Batman, because he's got probably some of the best storylines out there. I do like the question. I'm getting in more into the question, but I haven't gotten to anything that supersedes him to Batman. The rape is what makes it funny. TheAlmightyLoli, yeah. Punchline, Joker's new sidekick, the e-girl. Oh, the one that's like totally not Harley Quinn? Yeah. That's all I know about her. She's just totally not Harley Quinn. As a spank man, I wholeheartedly enjoy being fetishized, but not for the reasons you think. I just like the attention. You ever read Mr. A? I've only seen bits and pieces of it. Does she adversity want to prep the bull? Does he want to suck cum with his wife's pussy after a black bull's done with her? Favorite Batman story? Dark Knight Returns. Dark Knight Returns, by and large, is like fucking amazing. I've seen the trailer about American Fiction. It's supposed to be a movie about how black people are portrayed in left-leaning media. They say that, and then they'll still vote Democrat and call Republicans racist. You want to know where Republicans are becoming more racist? Because they're tired of fucking dealing with you. Oh yeah, we are dipping into Heaven's Ward. So this is the lead into it. Also, Roy Harper's daughter, Liam is back, and now she's one Catwoman's sidekicks. Yeah. I'd watch Furrin. That show is comfy in Kino. I keep hearing it's good. Eventually, I might sit down to watch it. I like the chick with the purple hair. She has that kind of like blank stare that I think is funny. Where she just at all times looks like she does not care, and it's great. There's a better detective than Batman, and Batman ripped him off. The Shadow's much better. And that's one of those where I'm not going to call him a ripoff just because some YouTuber said it was. Like, Batman's more than proved he's original. Your opinion on the modern Harley Quinn designs? A person never liked any other than the original. And right now, Harley just kind of frustrates me. I like a lot of her Arkham Knight designs. I think they're fun, but Harley is just meant to be DC's answer to Deadpool, and she was never supposed to be that. So I just grow tired of her entire existence. Purple girls give no fucks. Clown outfit now. Minfilia is so good. Minfilia is just a nice lady. She just wants to help. What gets me is Lobo is already DC's Deadpool. Yeah, but Harley's more famous because she's tied to Batman. You heard it here, folks. Lolly Boy loves apathetic women. And they're funny. A lot of time they can be pretty damn funny. Fuck's sake, announce when you stream. I did. The room was waiting for like a full hour before I started. Why is Pornhub having so many as with Shemale? How does that benefit them? Look into who owns Pornhub. Then look into how they responded after being accused of promoting so much incest. XT042, $10. Pattinson's Batman needs Robin. I'm getting sick of Hollywood ignoring Robin. Robin's such an important part of the Batman mythos. The introduction of Robin is a transition from vigilante to hero. Yeah.
Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
At the very least, give us like Nightwing. You don't even have to make him full-blown Robin, but like, you know, it's like just some manner of attention.
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
That's an American Gods book or show. I never got into either.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand...
I can't see Patterson having a Robin. I can see it. Robert Pattinson's not as young as they try to play him off as. He's like 40s.
Whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent.
I've seen the Nathan Fielder show, The Curse. I have not. Is it funny? Your wool is cute as hell. Yeah, she's pretty good. Worst part is about the modern Harley Quinn. She lost her Harley Quinn theme that she got her name from. That's outright disrespectful. Yeah.
He was, however, certain that this ivy...
That's on Batman Beyond. Everyone likes Batman Beyond. It's pretty damn fun. It's pretty damn interesting. Beyond that one plot point. Everyone knows that one plot point.
And gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the...
Yeah, Pattinson's like 37, yeah. He's almost 30. He'd be around the age that Bruce took in the first Robin.
It won't be easy to identify the ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a
how's Ziggy doing? She's doing pretty damn well.
We shall follow it all the way.
She likes to steal food that we try to give to Winston. So if you drop like a pepperoni on the ground because you had like a pack of pepperoni in your hand or something and you wanted to feed the dogs, she'll snatch it right up and run to the other side of the room before you can get it.
This matter be settled post-haste.
Batman come, yeah, that one.
War of succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea.
Everyone thinks Pattinson's young because they saw their mom masturbating to Twilight posters. Yeah.
The ivy must be rooted out now.
What's your thoughts on people using Patterson's voice acting and boiling the hair into shit on Chris Pratt because he doesn't even try to voice act? That to me is like, that's just being a dick, because it's two completely different stories. Boy and the Heron is an art film made by, like, you know, a pretentious as fuck director, but like a talented director. Super Mario Bros. Movie is just meant to be for kids.
He may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Thoughts on hot food addicts, people who bring their own hot sauce when eating out. I mean, I like hot sauce. The best type of hot sauce food is something where there's more flavor beyond the spice. But yeah, there's some people where they only care about the spice. They do not give a shit about flavor at all. And I'm just like, man, I don't understand you. Chris Pratt isn't even bad. He just miscast. Well, I think it's more the fact of, like, you know, he just kind of is like, hey, I'm doing this for my kid. Am I making it more obvious? It's like, the only people who give a shit about the quality of the performance are the critics who it's their job to give a shit about that. The general audience who is taking their 5-year-old to go see the Mario movie do not care. So like Tabasco, exactly. It needs to have more flavor than just heat. That's the good spicy food. Mango habanero is the best wing sauce. Mango habanero is pretty fucking good, not even gonna lie.
Well, what brings you here, my friend?
Love you, Berserk vids. Introduce me and my girlfriend to that incredible world and themes. Yeah. When the face revealed, never.
Here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Speaking of pretentious, is there any director writer has a huge ego, but you go, yeah, that's valid. Ah. I'll go with Scorsese. If I ever find out he's like super egotistical, I'll be like, you know what? If anyone had the right to it.
But look at you, the honored captain of the.
I guess Tarantino as well. Tarantino's pretty outspoken about who he is, and it's like, fuck it, he earned it.
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Taki's disgusting. I don't understand the appeal. It's just spice on a breadstick. Not even good spice, and not even a good breadstick.
Lest you wonder.
Speaking of peppers, you hear the Carolina Red Reaper is no longer the hottest pepper. It's now Pepper X, created by the same guy. Yeah. And something hotter than the Carolina Reaper. It's like, oh boy.
So you can guess how many summers it's been.
David Lynch. Yeah, David Lynch is another one where it's like, you know what? He earned it. Cheetos or Takis? Neither. Doritos. Or Funyuns.
Unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanaland than the brass
Lolly's like
blades
Roxas, just a
clapped
blobby
your
shadow
eyes
thing with a
and
mask.
dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it.
Plus, most of the anger as voice acting was more the fact they think Pratt's stereotypical repo because Ellen Page fucking lied. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Jared Leto might be Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher.
Yeah, Jared Leto is probably going to be Shadow the Hedgehog.
You were an adventurer of some standing.
Does Lynch really have an ego, or is he just like that? No, Lynch has an ego. He has an ego. He's pretty elitist. He has that famous, like, people are watching movies on their fucking phones.
I have tidings.
Cock eaters are so annoying. Back in high school, they'd stash their bags and forget about them. One kid stuffed it behind a fish tank and became a hunk of mold. Why would you even fucking stash it? Like, just keep it in your bag. Keep it in your bag, get like a chip clip on it. There's these kettle-cooked habanero chips that have to go to the Hispanic aisle in Walmart in the poor part of town to get. They're great. That could be pretty good. Just watched In the Mouth of Madness, most unique horror I've ever seen. It is pretty damn fun. It's pretty damn fun. Lynch's YouTube channel is pretty funny, though, I'll admit. Yeah, he seems pretty self-aware. David Lynch getting so fucking angry is funny. I love him. I wish he was my grandfather.
such uncertain times, a man's loyalty
I don't know how Jared Leto keeps getting work. Reminder, he does own a cult.
But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility.
Seen a fight between two girls over Takis.
Could it be that the
That means if you just knew beforehand and brought in like 2 bags of Takis, you could have walked between them and went, girls, come on, and been that guy in the commercial where they think he's super cool.
Continue your inquiries in the meantime.
He owns a cult. He owns a literal sex cult, yes. A bunch of women live on island and worship him.
Old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
Keep in mind, Taki IX are all 90Q zoomers with no forethought. Yeah.
Let us reminisce of bygone days.
That's when the dude behind the weird live-action Reload videos tried to virtue signal about Laura Croft, saying people are mad about no big boobs. He got beat the fuck out by a gay Laura Croft fan. I'm just so tired of the, well, you just want big boobs thing. It's like, yeah, no shit, I'm a guy. That's what I like. I'm tired of this shit. It's like hyper-realism has only brought Uncanny Valley syndrome that we all just pretend to be okay with. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's like, what, are you going to act like a 5-year-old? You can't handle seeing a titty? Are you that scared of pretty women? It's like, what, you know, they need to be ugly so they don't remind you of girls who have cooties? Like, the fuck's wrong with you? And if they want to go more realism, it's like, what's realistic about Call of Duty? What is realistic about this? People even point out the fucking, one of the, collaborations with, like, one of the rapper chicks, they specifically sexualize her, put her in, like, a latex suit, and her ass is, like, fucking mild wide. Women with big tits exist. Yeah. Yeah, Nicki Minaj. Yeah, it's like the Nicki Minaj collaboration with Call of Duty is like she is explicitly sexualized. Like, what, is that okay? Like, what, did Nicki Minaj not realize they were doing that when they were using her likeness, or did she specifically ask for it? Saw Public Enemies, a nice film detailing Dillinger's reign and him scuffing with the law. Yeah, very good movie. Very good movie. Why are men ashamed of being a normal dude with hormones? Well, that's the funny thing, where there was a guy who was on Twitter arguing with some guy, and he's like, man, I'm so tired of how male gaze was taken by Puritans and, like, corrupted to mean, like, any pretty women ever. So I just quote tweet him with the taken by Puritans, and I went, motherfucker, who do you think invented the term male gaze? Like, from the get-go, it was Puritans shaming people for liking pretty women. That is quite literally what it was meant to be from the get-go. So no, this was never a stolen term. It was always meant to be that. TFA BQ for $1. What are your thoughts on the use of Japanese politics in Netflix series Japan Sinks 2020? I've not seen Japan Sinks, but from what I understand, it's explicitly about, like, Japan failing with emergency response. So it's like, it makes sense. Wolffire54, $5. All if you don't do a face reveal, I'll come to the idea you look like a mid-20s edgy Bobby Hill, except with Kentucky instead of Texan. And far be it from me to deny you your dreams. No gaze was always meant to be a shame. Sad it worked. Yeah. Because men have been taught, like, people have been taught to despise everything that came before. You're not allowed to like America because America is racist. You're not allowed to like being a guy because being a guy means you rape and kill. Like, you are never allowed to be reasonable. It always has to be this bullshit shaming cult tactic crap. And they wonder why guys like Andrew Tate take off. Specifically because Andrew Tate's meant to be controlled opposition that gets people spouting that crap so then they can turn around and use you as the example to push more of this shit. So that cringe-ass respect women juice Twitter post about GTA 6 of that Monster Hunter YouTuber that gets pegged. Yeah. DOA died because of Twitter. Yeah. Yeah, Nicki Minaj tried to dox a journalist that was getting into her private life. I mean, if the guy's stepping over a line and, like, actively fucking with her, yeah. That's something to where it's like, hey, that's mutual shit. It's like, be prepared for any blowback because you know you're stepping over a line. DOA died because of core values, remember? Yeah. And the people who did it cheered when it died. That will forever be the thing that makes me go, you are just stupid if you agree with this shit. The people who spout it cheer whenever these companies fail or series get shuttered because they don't care. It was never about making it for everyone. It's about tanking it. Turning it into a battleground for everyone just to fucking scream at each other. It's like, you know, you have the famous tweets where it's like from Demon Faye Shay or like Aurora or any of the like really infamous accounts on Twitter where they just push social justice crap. And they're like, we can't wait until we rip this thing that really means a lot to you away. It's like, okay, so this is just about ego. This is just about petty cry-bully shit. And people will still buy into it because, well, you don't need to be so mean when you buck against them. It's like, at what point are you allowed to be mean? At what point are you allowed to be like, no, fuck you? Because if it's never, then you just want to be stomped on. You just want to be stomped on. You just get off on this shit. Remember when Mei Shiranu was denied being on Smash because Smash are for good boys and girls? I don't fucking remember that at all. You hate America because racist, I hate America because pretentious influencers and content creators. Yeah. There we go. You don't get to be mean because fighting back is against the rules. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we see. We see the end result of a generation raised off that. Like, there was some artist who got a bunch of blowback on Twitter because he drew like a Wonder Woman picture, and Wonder Woman had like big tits, and people hounded him into deleting it, and people went, "What the fuck? Like, why? You know, why would you hound this guy over this? He just drew fucking Wonder Woman, and what you don't like, fuck you." And the guy came out and said, "Please don't harass anybody involved with this," and everyone started going after him. Where it's like, what the fuck? They went at you. They tried to fuck you over. They bullied you into deleting this shit. Why are you not standing up for yourself? And everyone started dunking on him to where they kind of realized, like, so you're never gonna fight for this. You're never gonna be like, man, fuck you. You know, you don't get to tell me what to do. You're just gonna sit there and take it. There we go. The fuck, that's censoring art, literally Hitler. Yeah. There we go. I'm allowed to slap at you, but God forgive that they yell at him. Exactly. It's like, and you saw it with the fucking Hogwarts thing, the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Where it's like, you know, they're allowed to make a website to stalk and harass people. They're allowed to send death threats. They're allowed to push women to actual fucking tears. But the minute there's any blowback at all, everyone sides with the people that caused it in the first place. Everyone goes like, well, that's not actually what happened. No, you know, you're taking it out of context. Well, you shouldn't be using this to go after all trans people. And it's like, when the fuck is everyone going to stop pretending? You know, when I said the world became a South Park episode, this is what I mean, where everyone bends over backwards to keep the status quo in place, even when the status quo is actively what makes everyone fucking miserable. Same thing happened with Devil HS when he drew Ray with big tits, but he gave everyone the middle finger when they complained. Love that crazy fucker. Yeah, at least he's willing to do it. Blame schools making so many people into spineless pussies. I wouldn't even really just say schools. I think it's just social media. Social media has encouraged people to never want to rock the boat, because if you rock the boat, you can get your account deleted. So that's the clout farm going away, and you might never ever get it back. So they tuck their tail between their leg and go, okay, maybe I can compromise this one time. Maybe I can compromise this one time. And it's like, fuck you. These accounts mean nothing. I mean, if you had any actual talent, you can rebuild it. It's an inconvenience, but, dude, an inconvenience for principles you'll be a lot happier with in the end. We want them all gone, we're pretending not to. Exactly. It's like everyone hates these assholes. Everyone agrees they go too far and do fucked up shit. When that Marina fucker, the VTuber that just got banned off Twitch for immediately doing, like, full-on porn streams when the TOS was changed, as soon as they got banned, everyone was coming out and shitting on them and talking about how they're a piece of shit. They gun after people. They do all this fucked up things. They knew this asshole was causing problems, was involved with the Hogwarts thing. Apparently was like a fucking sex pest. all this shit, and everyone just didn't do anything about it because they were too afraid of making a scene from calling it out in the first place. They had to wait until there was an approved opportunity to gun at them. Think Marina get reinstated? Probably. Dox the Phantom is absolutely seething about Young's voice on both sides of the argument. Well, he just did a shit job. Like, there's nothing really to even defend there. I know people try to defend it and go like, well, the game was rushed. Like, they delayed the English dub specifically to fix the voice acting. He just sucks. All the other actors in the game sound fine. Young just sucks. He should not have been Kiryu this early. He should not have been Kiryu, period. He just doesn't fit the character. Dude just needs to accept he can't do every role. Big Pop Phantom for $5. So nice to see someone with a brain sharing what is actually going on with all this stuff. Yeah. I wouldn't even say I have a brain. It's mainly the fact of, like, I don't understand why everyone keeps playing the game. You know, I hate the theatrics in all this shit. It's like, no, this is stupid. Oh, yeah, block people because he said Kiryu was bad. Exactly. It's like, dude, you know you suck at this. You're getting these jobs through nepotism. It's why you moved to fucking LA, so you can network with people. If you're not going to do a good fucking job, stick to side characters. You know, say what you want about Pro ZD, at least he sounds like he's somewhat putting emotion into what he's doing, even if he also sucks.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Ever been to a model train exhibit? The fellas got high and autismed out and then bought anime sodas. Fun day. No, I never did. First super bully him. Exactly. First super bully him. Pro ZD just does the anime voice. Yeah, it's like very obvious what he does. One dude in the server did said best, Young has that generic Goon 27 voice. Yeah, basically. It's like he doesn't want to admit to it, where it's like, no, I can be a main character. It's like, you're not at that level. You're not at that level. Like, you can eventually be at that level, but you gotta put a lot of time and effort into it. You can't just be generic Goon 27 for the main fucking character. Marina got reinstated but lost sponsors. Good riddance, honestly. Deserves to be bullied more. Well, yeah, I mean, if even half the fucking rumors that people are only now just coming out and talking about are true, that motherfucker is just a sex pest and is a bad person. Embodies every fucking stereotype of a troon imaginable, and everyone just goes, but don't be transphobic, don't be transphobic. He's like, no, fuck you, this is a sex pest. This is a sex pest, shut the fuck up, get out of the way. Pro ZD can do different voices but not emotions. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it. He always sounds way too chipper. I feel bad for the people who watch JoJo dubbed. I don't, because you're not supposed to. That's a personal failing on them. They'll overcome their trial by fire and realize that, you know, sub-supremacy. They're all sex pests, simple as. We're gonna have Myers on their Discord that was full of porn, didn't do anything about it until a mod twisted her arm. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, there's a gray area if it's like a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and they're like, hey man, I really want to be in, you know, I swear I won't cause any problems, and they are genuinely chill. Even then, be like, hey, don't go into the porn areas, that's like specifically for adults. The ideal is you wouldn't even have porn channels, but let's be honest, people on the internet are just horny. That's just how it is. People will just do that because that's just what people on the internet do. It's why part of why the internet was fucking made in the first place. But having like entire chunks where it's blatantly underage kids and they're involved in the porn aspects of it, you know, like they're going into porn channels and they're talking to people about that. That's a degree of like, yeah, that's gonna bite you in the ass. That's gonna bite you in the ass. Kenny for $2 has dubs gotten worse or is there just more crap? Oh no, dubs are just bad. You have people literally on social media bragging about how they do terrible jobs. They don't care. The you shouldn't be mean thing is why Guilty Gear discourse has become a wasteland. Exactly. It's like people go, hey, Bridget's not meant to be this, and they go, well, why are you transphobic? It's like, I don't fucking give a shit. So I agree with Noel's view on male to female. It's a power thing for a lot of them. Oh, yeah, no. Like, 100%. Like, there's a lot of them. Like, there were always people who were just naturally transgender. I mean, there were transgender people all the way back in the fucking 60s, 70s. Before then, if you want to look at Ed Wood and his interests, Crossdresser made an entire movie about transitioning. Like, it is a thing. It is a documented thing. The problem is there is now a social focus on it, and when you get social focus on something like this, by its very nature of being the new thing, the in thing, there's going to be artificial numbers. There's going to be people going along with it because it is popular, because it is the thing that gets them attention. It is the thing that they think gives them purpose, because they are kids and they don't know what they want. Like, it's a thing to where you don't humor a kid who says he wants to be a fucking superhero. You know, you humor it for like 5 minutes, then you go, okay, but you know that's not real, right? Like, there is a line to where you go, no, you are just in a phase. Get the fuck over it. Remember, no refunds. Yeah, no refunds. Remember when parents used to watch over their kids 24/7? Remember when they didn't use TV and the internet as substitutes for babysitters? I mean, that's been going on for like God knows how long at this point. How many generations are going to get raped by trans before people actually acknowledge the connection? That's the thing. I don't know. Incel to true pipeline is real. It is aggressively real. Everyone talks about like incel, and they don't look into the fact that like, no, a lot of incels go troon because they're depressed people and they don't know what they want to do, and they just decide to become the GF. Autogynephilia is a very real thing. Bridget's a boy? Yeah. He was always a dude. Then Strive came out and retconned him in a way that made grooming an actual plot point in Guilty Gear. If you took 2 fucking seconds to think about it, yeah, it's very much not a good message. Which is what makes a lot of Strive all the worse. Like, removing all mentions of Tibet to appease China, the Bridget thing, it's like, Jesus Christ. But some genuine people with gender dysphoria, then they're sex pests, they're victims, and I'm special. Yeah. How can people stop the troon epidemic? Big thing is just, like, don't have patience with it. You know, when they say, well, don't be transphobic, just post that meme of, like, so Christian decided to rape his, and then the guy corrects him and goes, her. It's like, oh, yeah, it raped her mother. It's like, are we really fucking doing this? Like, are we really doing this? Like, really? We still have to abide by the whims of a legitimate criminal class that's just doing this to exploit people? They're co-signing rapists. They quite literally are co-signing rapists. Does game play good at least? Shota hates it. He hates Strive. Will there be more Berserk content from you? There has to be more Berserk in general. A lot of the grooming is good because it makes more trans girls, helps me achieve erection to my CP. You're not even wrong. That's the sad part. A lot of the people who push this shit on kids, the reason why people really don't want people like teachers, quote unquote, and adult figures talking to kids about trans issues is because there is a phenomenon among the egg culture group known as the progress photo. I'm going to explain something extremely fucked up here, so just pay attention to the fun Final Fantasy game and look at the dark-skinned bunny girl be silly if you need a emotional break. But egg culture is the very idea that someone is trans and they don't know they're trans, and they need to be cracked. They need to be they need to realize they are trans. Well, when it starts off, there's usually the thing where they're getting into it. They get them on HRT, a lot of time black market, and they fake prescriptions. Once again, a teacher getting a kid an HRT or puberty blocker prescription without parental knowledge is something that should never be fucking normal, but for some reason is now a legitimate debate point. And as the HRT takes effect in their system, there is what's known as the progress photo. The progress photo is a phenomenon among a lot of egg circles where they take pictures of themselves as the HRT. It's not even really just egg, it's just trans in general. They take pictures of themselves as the transitioning goes through, and they look and they compare it and say, look how feminine I am compared to when I started. You listen to a lot of their rhetoric around HRT, and they talk about, my skin is so smooth, I look so much like a woman, I'm so beautiful now. It's all fucking cope. They all look like 40-year-old men, but fuck it. And the thing is, with kids, 100% of the time, and I mean 100% of the fucking time, whenever someone asks for progress photos of a kid, they mean child porn. They want them to be half naked. They want them to dress scantily. They want them to specifically be sexualized pictures because the kid is a victim of a grooming circle in a child porn ring. That was that really famous story where the mom cracked down on her daughter's internet and threw out everything, like cosplay costumes, fucking manga, anything that had anything to do with the circle that groomed her, because that's what they wanted from her. They wanted this girl to give progress photos, which is just half-naked pictures. It's child porn. And once again, when that happened, you noticed a lot of people go, well, that's really fascist. You shouldn't crack down on your daughter's hobbies like that. No wonder she was hiding it from you. Literally, the girl was part of a fucking child porn ring that were grooming her, and from what I understand, tried to outright fucking kidnap her. And they were complaining like, well, now that daughter's never going to tell you anything. It's like, if the daughter's stupid enough to not trust you after saving her from a fucking child porn ring, that's just natural selection. At that point, start having another kid, because that one's going to fucking die. It's like, you know, the idea of, once again, you can be too mean with how you handle a situation like this. It's like, you are an idiot. You are just an idiot. Because at what point is being too mean more important than getting your kid out of a dangerous situation? You know, if that kid's part of a fucking child porn ring, that's going to fuck them up for life. And you are going to sit there and go like, well, you need to wait until she tells you. No, if you know what's going on, you fucking get them out. That is cowardice. That is being a fucking coward. There is no excuse for that. You are excusing fucking cowardice. Megan Fox groomed her boys to be trans, and her former nanny's complaint that the kids will cry how their mother's forcing them to dress like girls. Yeah, it is child abuse. Like, kids are fucking stupid. That's why the whole idea of getting adults to teach them about trans shit is so dangerous. It doesn't matter if there's any form of, like, a good point or, oh, well, some trans kids will attempt suicide if you don't stop this. No, fuck you. Stopping pedophiles is way more important. Stopping pedophiles from grooming a bunch of kids that never wanted anything to do with this shit. A lot of those suicides are because those kids realized they got a fucking horrible bill of goods. Horrible bill of goods. Look at the bunny go, woo, yeah, woo, look at the bunny. Guess tough love is a concept that's lost on the left. If you discipline your kid at all, you'll be accused of abuse. You can make it very obvious, like, my kid is a fucking idiot and nearly got themselves killed. If you try to discipline them in any way, they will accuse you of abuse. That's why you just don't talk about this shit to the internet. The internet is fucking dumb. It is an endless well of every voice out there, and you realize, holy shit, none of you people have any idea how to look at a situation that's a very specific family. A very specific family with a very specific context to them. Like, strangers on the internet are not going to know your fucking family dynamic. And they shouldn't.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
My uncle actually did that. He actually beat someone to the point of damn near cracking a guy's skull trying to groom his daughter in Guatemala. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining.
As long as you don't beat your kid like a drum, you'll be fine. Everyone knows the difference between disciplining your kid and being the drunken asshole. Everyone knows that difference. The people who are the drunken asshole just want to be the drunken asshole.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation...
Family's the most important thing in the world. Friends can come and go. Family's life. Yeah. That's why a lot of people are being taught to hate their family.
I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Curfew,
Why does everyone look so derpy in this game? Because it's a game from like fucking 10 years ago.
Territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the
It's a tactic. It's like
internal
the,
affairs of other
it's the
nations.
psychological equivalent of breaking a phalanx.
Even when
Yeah.
not the case, our forces are wholly
I played
committed
Rogue
to
Trader.
the
I've not.
conflict. We have not the knights to spare.
Twink's voice does not fit his body. It gets better in Heaven's Ward. When we get to Heaven's Ward, the voice acting is just way better.
We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign.
These people are fucking everywhere. The stories about psychiatrists grooming vulnerable people and transitioning is astounding. Yeah,
Surely it would be in our best interest
because there's financial incentive. Like, it's just like the opioid crisis. Doctors have a financial incentive to get you involved in this shit because they get commissions from companies. Anyone that says that's a conspiracy theory, just look them in the eye and say opioid crisis was a conspiracy theory too, you fucking idiot.
Highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me.
I recognize that voice. Hi,
Your
Elvis.
position has not changed. Why did you agree to this meeting?
What's your favorite Pokemon? Pikachu, because he's cute. I don't give a fuck.
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Therapy's not real. Entertain's better for your mental health at this point. Not even. Just don't fucking listen to him.
It is not within
Therapy is useful. You just pay attention to the therapy.
personal feelings. There is, however,
Like,
one
you
area
get involved with their life. Pay attention, you know?
of influence.
Skeptical.
Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led
Oh
to
yeah, if you're a
forced
surgeon, someone's transition is very profitable. Exactly.
to foreign powers.
Statement: if you think it doesn't exist, anime has done it and it's held true with my own idea. Medieval fantasy mecha, though my angle is very different from still. It's not about having an original idea, it's about doing the idea well.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not.
Or not self-reflect, it's the biggest thing. Also healthy skepticism. Exactly.
Of late,
I've ironically been told by a therapist
the purpose of which was
that me wanting murderers and rapists to die was deciding who lives and dies arbitrarily. Also, make sure you know your therapist before they know you. Yeah.
observed alarming changes in the heavens.
It's like, no, that's just having a solid moral foundation.
Naturally bright. And there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
You can ethically murder. You cannot ethically rape.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times
Sorry, what'd you learn about this shit? Just listen.
And wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived.
Listen to everything around you and recognize pattern recognition.
And I do not wish to
History is a very good teacher.
son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights.
Are autistic people also susceptible to being trans or groomed into being trans? Yeah. A lot of people think it's because of the fixation angle of autism. They become fixated on the idea of gender and identity, and they can't let it go.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree
Understanding
to
how little of the shit people worry about day to day actually matters has done wonders for my mental health. Well, yeah.
Do you accept these terms?
You have to remember, a lot of media is made to make you hysterical, make you think the world's gonna end.
I do.
That's why, once again, I have strong feelings about guys like Tim Pool and the Civil War is a week away shit. It's like when Biden was elected, my family was literally like taking inventory on all the ammo they had and all the guns, and I was just like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today
Ethically
will
murdering
serve
isn't
to
murder, it's justifiable
demonstrate
homicide.
to
Yeah.
that we can work together towards a
But you get the point. It's not about the term, it's about what the term
We
means.
shall look back on this moment.
That's the thing. Terms are arbitrary. It's what the context of the term means.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
There's a hole in the sun. So who cares? If it blows up, we all die. Either happens or it doesn't. That's all you gotta know.
The meaning
And every minute it doesn't happen is proof it's not gonna happen.
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was ice.
Oh yeah, I got around to reading Asper Girl. Bummed out that it's not all translated, but I'm gonna buy all the volumes so I can. Yeah, it's good.
By the fury. All our
Totally the South Park
precautions were
episode.
for
Yeah.
naught.
I repeat. Old school South Park is very emblematic of the world. That's why I think they got involved with modern South Park, because they understood the power old South Park had. Be fair, it's not the worst idea to take inventory leading up to election season. Some people are crazy. Yeah, but that was not what they were doing. They thought it was the end. And that's the point where you need to get your shit in order and go like, listen, that's not what's gonna fucking happen. I think probably the best statement I ever heard about like the state of the world is, you know, the very night after Hiroshima, dudes were in their houses fucking their wives. Archivist Dark Control, $5. Therapist severely screwed my head up as a kid by forcing me on more and more meds at higher doses than recommended for adults. Took years to recover from. Yeah, it's all brain chemistry. It's all fucking brain chemistry. They have financial incentive to push this crap, so always remain skeptical. What's your personal theory behind what caused the Mandela effects? Ever since they did that thing where there was the super collider, distinct possibility that every time we wake up, it's a new timeline, and we all just confuse each other because you remember, you know, memories from the old timeline. That's the joke answer. Real answer is memory's fucking weird. Can you please recommend good, uplifting, or I guess happy stories? Been staring through the abyss for too long. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV. Like, happy shit's out there. It's just the fact of remembering to unplug. Why they're saying Civil War is going to happen? Because it makes money. Like, it makes money to make people think the world's going to end. I mean, fuck, the left's doing it right now with saying, like, Trump wants to be a dictator. And, like, Trump just said he wants to be a dictator. It's so totally over. It's like, fucking who gives a shit? There's financial incentive to make you think the world's going to end. That term is something you burn into your mind. Financial incentive. There is money involved with making you think certain ways.
He turned us into fucking killers!
There are times it does feel like I've already been through the same day. Yeah, deja vu. As stated, it is weird. It's Jover. Would Xenoblade count? Like, it does have heavy stuff, but feels light moments. It's a fucking JRPG. Of course it counts. Like, a depressing piece of media does not instill existential dread. Even if you think, well, there is that one piece of media. No, the existential dread that I'm talking about is different. If Trump became dictator, it'd be the funniest shit imaginable. At least he'd actually get things done. Like, the reason I wouldn't care about it is like, okay, so if he doesn't become the dictator, who does? Everyone else who's been tied to fucking Epstein? The people who pretend to be at each other's throats, then they all go to the same fucking parties, fist bump each other after every fucking election, no matter who wins. If Armageddon comes, who will be Bruce Willis? Well, not Bruce Willis, he has dementia. Pop culture and memory are finicky things. They really are. Everyone needs to play Xenoblade. Xenoblade is really good. Eventually, I'll continue my playthrough of 1, but that has to be after I finish Yakuza 7. Because then I gotta play Gaiden, then I'm gonna play Infinite Wealth. I was half considering going through the series again, then I'm kind of like, there is no way I'm gonna have time to do that. I'm just gonna go through 7 again. We have too much junk data. Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it. The internet allowed us to know everything, and the consequence of that is a lot of people think they know everything. I mean, fuck, the funniest thing was the shit with Destiny where, you know, the streamer, where it came out that he just uses Wikipedia to cite for all of his fucking debates and shit. So it's like, okay, you literally just run to Wikipedia to learn about a subject, and then a bunch of other debate people were like, well, I mean, that is actually a legitimate source, which I distinctly remember a lot of lessons in school, and in fact, early internet era where people went, you link to Wikipedia, are you a fucking retard? And that was the rule. You could never use Wikipedia. But now it's a thing of, well, of course you can use Wikipedia. All the sources are down there. It's like, so everyone who's part of this I'm so smart, you know, super smart debate circle just uses Wikipedia, and they just find ways to talk as if they're not using Wikipedia. My college shows Wikipedia is not a source. Exactly. Our brains are like overfilled folders on a crowded computer desktop. No, it's you use Wikipedia to find primary sources, not a source as itself. Yeah, but the debate people I'm talking about don't do that. They just run to Wikipedia. They just start quoting articles on Wikipedia. That's why it was so funny. Knew about Destiny being in an open relationship and getting a divorce lately. Didn't know the wiki thing. Yeah, that was right before the divorce thing, because it was when he was arguing about Israel-Palestine, and people called him on it. And it turned out he would run to Wikipedia. Which, once again, feeds into my debates are bullshit, because no one gives a shit about what's actually being talked about. Wikipedia, the website, gives biased takes on shitloads of things. It locks pages to make sure they aren't changed. What a surprise. Yeah, right? Wasn't Wikipedia warning people that lefties were changing all their shit? Wikipedia wouldn't warn it. People that used to work at Wikipedia would warn it. Creeper Widow, $5. If watching, reading, listening to a thing made you sad, suicidal, then you were already sad, suicidal. Yeah, basically. It's like media can only affect people who already show they're not mentally unwell. Or already show that they are mentally unwell. Because at that point, you're susceptible to fucking anything. I mean, there are theories that the internet can just drive people fucking crazy because it's so far removed from what we evolved over thousands of years with. I think that's more of a factor. I think that's a variety of factors. You know, it's not talking with real people, not going out into the sun, spending all day just reading article after article after article, getting into rabbit holes that you really need to pull your head out of. It's like any other form of going crazy. It's obsession that crosses a line into being unhealthy. And since this cutscene doesn't have voice acting, TFABQ for $1. As a black woman on the autism spectrum in my 20s, I was happy to be subscribed to TheAlmightyLoli as it gave me a better understanding of the situation. This is why I'm strongly against grooming and child abuse by teachers. Oh yeah, very much so. TFABQ for $1. In the Japanese Justice League animated series, there's a scene where Superman enters the White House and is faced with no choice but to kill Lex Luthor, which goes against Superman's moral code of not killing. Yeah. And it's an interesting moment, because Superman's cool. He's Superman, he fly. Crazy. I was crazy once. Maybe I'm weird, but I don't think there's ever been a point in my life where I had existential dread or fears, really. Yeah, no, I don't believe that. You absolutely do. You've just been in a comfortable spot for long enough to where you forget about it. Speaking of Wikipedia, it's at that time of year again when they scam stupid people out of their money. Yeah, the whole, if you don't donate, Wikipedia's gonna shut down. It's like, no. No, you won't. And I'm going through too many Russian Telegram channels. I think people are always crazy. The internet just makes them run into you more often. Yeah. That's probably a good way to look at it. Everyone's been kind of insane for a while.
He turned us into fucking killers!
And you're kind of stuck realizing that with the fact of like, oh god. Oh, Wikipedia shuts down. Context on Superman bit, it's that Lex Luthor's with the US government went to war with the OG Justice League and killed the Flash. Yeah. I mean, I kind of assumed there was more context to it. It's like, yeah, Superman... You have to push Superman really far to kill a human. He kills aliens and shit, but, you know... But humans are the one where he really needs a reason. Because he doesn't want to be judge, jury, executioner. It's kind of like the Spider-Man thing of, like... He doesn't want to be the guy to make that call. Because he understands if he makes that call once, that's lasting implications for the rest of his life. So please stop ignoring my request. Check your DMs. I literally cannot super chat. I don't see it. Like, I don't get Discord notifications when I stream. So here, give me 2 secs. Yeah, like, yeah, I ping on Discord and it's a guy pinging a webcomic. Archive Star Control, $2. Honestly shocked a black woman with autism subbed. When I was 5, I was given a new experimental medication to deal with autism. It took all my emotions, and after a while, I hallucinated bugs under my skin, tore my back to shreds. Up until that point, my mom was concerned about the school, and my therapist kept telling her, was they okay? And you know, say I went on Medicaid for the rest of your life. Yeah. Yeah, it's Dave. That shit sucks. That's why I'm thankful I never had any, like, mental problems. I mean, you have, like, typical teenage angst, but that shit you just get over. And I wouldn't even really factor that in. That's just, you know, you're a teenager and it's like, oh, man, but, like, life and shit. Just watching your Berserk Saga full cut alongside reading the manga first time on a masterpiece. Have a nice day. Yeah. I thought killing Zod made sense. He was too dangerous to be left alive. I just don't like Man of Steel. I just don't like Man of Steel at large. Killing Zod I was okay with because like every fucking superhero movie has their... Regardless of the character, they usually end up killing their villain. Even fucking Batman Begins, Batman lets Ra's al Ghul dies. Let's be honest here. No Zoomers right in the head. Don't lie to yourself. Poor Henry Cavill never got a good Superman movie. Yeah. That's a fun concept. Judge Dredd with guest appearance of Superman. What does a judge do when they can't execute? I mean, they have non-lethal. But yeah, it could be an interesting thing where it's not like Punisher where he's expressly breaking the law, but it's like, well, the judge gets to determine what the law is. So then it becomes about like, okay, at what point is there the law and what point is there the right thing to do? Oh, you see, he didn't kill him, he just didn't save him. Yeah. People need to stop confusing teen angst with depression. Yeah, basically. Cavill wanted more creative control just before he got recast, and that explains a lot, actually. How old are the oldest Zoomers right now? Like, oldest Zoomers, that's like probably like 30s, early 30s, late 20s. I just pictured Stallone pulling the most exaggerated grimace disgust after at what point is it the law and is it doing the right thing? Not Stallone. That would be Urban at the very least. The good one. Yeah, 27. Yeah, there you go. Have you heard the new Zack Snyder movie? I looked at the trailer and it looks like the most not 40K thing ever. So I guess if you're a 40K fan, that'll make you happy, but I just don't like Zack Snyder's movies. I just don't. Do you think all the good the internet's done outweighed the bad? At this point, with how centralized it is, I think it is way, way more towards the negative. Because now people will just take shit at face value now. Even if you're supposedly a skeptic, people take shit at face value. It's gotten pretty bad. Batman once broke a villain named KGB's spine with his grappling hook gun and left him to die in a blizzard because he was tired as an excuse. If you fuck a 50-foot giant woman, would you even feel it? You're not supposed to think about logical details. Alright. I like Sucker Punch and everyone craps on it. I hate it so much. I don't like Zack Snyder movies. I don't. Didn't you like Zack Snyder's Watchmen? I don't even really consider Snyder as like the main part of that. That was also David Hayter. So it was a good script that he just kind of coasted off of, and he only made marginal improvements to it. because a lot of Watchmen's backed up by the fact Alan Moore's a fucking anarcho-commie, and Snyder's an objectivist, so he made Rorschach, like, just cool. There's a lot of factors to Watchmen where it's like, okay, that's one good movie. Meanwhile, everything else. Because not gonna lie, I don't really care for 300. 300's another one where I look at it now and I just get a headache. It was fine when I was a kid and I was like, ooh, wow, cool action movie. Now I'm just like, dude, this fucking annoys me. Alright. Slow motion fight scenes need to be outlawed. If you're gonna use it, at least save it for, like, really big moments. What about Dawn of the Dead? Script by James Gunn, and not gonna lie, Dawn of the Dead remake is, okay. It's okay. And even then, it has some, like, fucking stupid ideas to it. The slow down, sped up action scene sucked ass. Yeah. Okay, so it's, yeah, down here. People are waking up to the masterpiece as Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights and as usual. They want to stifle personal journeys and discovery of art. Yeah, they're trying to shit out and go like, no, we're not gonna have revisionism. That movie sucked. It's like, fuck you, it's a masterpiece. Gun shop scene, enough said. Everything leading up to the gun shop scene, it was like, oh no, the dog with food ran over to the gun store and the zombies got in, despite the fact the guy fucking had guns and could just shoot them in the head. On top of that, they never told him, yeah, if you get bit, you will turn. They didn't set out... They could have done a thing to where they ziplined it from each roof. What are the zombies going to do? They're going to, like, jump up and try to sabotage it? They don't know what they're fucking doing. Moore created a character named Rorschach and then got mad people saw him differently. Very ironic. He swears, oh no, I didn't get mad. The entire idea is it's who you see, even though he has made more than a few statements where he is very clearly mad. Creeper word over $2. People are going to want a video on this, you know. As stated, I'm just going to make it clear. It's like, I don't fucking like Zack Snyder. Like, I can't objectively talk about his movies because I don't like them. Unpopular opinion, like a few of those 2007, 2013 parody movies. Some of them are okay. Like, Scary Movie 3 is about the last one that's, like, funny, and you can just say is funny. Even that's starting to ride the line. Anything else that's really in, like, okay, I know it's not good, but... Plus, the dog wasn't being attacked by the zombies. Yeah, literally just stay at one end, wait for the dog to get in. When the zombies try to push through the tiny little dog door they cannot get in, shoot them in the head. Oh no, the door might be open for a little bit, but you can make enough of a wall to where they can't get past. And then the one chick taking the truck and immediately driving into the wall of zombies just to save the fucking dog that they knew would be fine. Eight Crazy Nights was 100% carried by the animation. Oh, yeah. Actual, unironic, it's not very good, but, you know, Shota has nostalgia for it. A lot of people have nostalgia for it, and they're willing to admit it's not the best, but at least there's heart. Don't Be a Menace to South Central is a fucking funny spoof movie. Oh, yeah. But that's not 2000. That was 90s, when they were good. Dogs are immune to zombieism. Yeah, they made a point in Dawn of the Dead remake that the zombies don't want to eat animals. They want to eat people. Third act gotta start somehow. Yeah. And that's blatantly what it is. It's just a lead into the third act. And it would be fine if it wasn't so egregious and didn't directly get people killed. Because now that I got people killed, that chick is just fucking asshole and you just toss her out. Like, toss her to the zombies because fuck you, you're a liability. Like, what, 4 people died getting to the gun store? You had the old man. Okay. You had the old man who dies in the sewer. I'm trying to remember who else died getting to the gun store before the final act, where obviously a bunch of them die. Obviously, the gun store owner dies, but I mean, he was fucked from the get-go, because the entire reason they go over there is he got bit. Talking about the chick that took the truck to get her dog back? Yeah. You got any aphrodisiacs for some cheeseburgers? What the fuck? Don't forget about superhero movie, Drake Bell and Kevin Hart. I'm not wearing any diamonds. Zombie Baby. Zombie Baby was before that. Thought it gets chainsawed accidentally. That was the last act, though. That was when they were in the buses. Guy's wife and baby gets infected. Este, that was before, because the lady gets scratched by the security zombie guy when they first get to the mall. That was one where I was like, only in retrospect am I going, what the fuck is with Zack Snyder and zombie babies? Because he included the plot point in fucking Army of the Dead. So I'm like, does he just want zombie babies for some reason? Because I mean, they're decent enough concept, but fuck it. But I mean, that scene at least earned it. Where it's like, it was built up throughout the movie, and it's fine. It's meant to be freaky and gross out. 2 actually died, but they lost the ability to remain in the mall. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who the other one was. Because you had the old man who, he broke his legs falling down the sewer. And then the security dude who was like the asshole, the mustache, shot him so he didn't suffer. Zombified pregnant women are a thing for a bit. Yeah. Zack Snyder is a necrophilia breeding fetish. Is Tucker and Dale vs. Evil a good movie? It looks great. Oh yeah, it's an awesome movie. I've not heard a single person watch it and have bad things to say. Wasn't there an old lady? Old lady died before. She died because she shot the Russian chick after, she died and became a zombie and gave birth to the zombie baby. And the black guy shot her because it was his wife. I think I lost one of the security guards in the sewer, too. I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. No, that guy died in the garage. Because that was the one that gets swarmed and, torn to pieces. 2 Dawn of the Dead remakes credit. I remember a lot of the movie. I just remember not particularly liking it. Went to a local supermarket a year ago and saw a case for OG Dawn of the Dead. Bought it. Put it in the player and it was a remake. I was so disappointed. Yeah. Can you beat up Big D Randy? Opening for the remake of Dawn of the Dead was pretty cool, though. The opening is good. That is one I will just flat out say is good. The very opening where it's chicks going to sleep with her husband. They wake up. The little girl rips his throat out, and then she goes outside, and it's just hell on earth. Then she crashes, and you get the montage to Man Comes Around. It's like, you know what? That's good. That is just objectively good. It's after that they really started to be like, that guy got killed when they found the dog. If you're talking about the gun store owner, he was already fucked. How the fuck do you remember it then? I just remember details of movies. To the movie's credit, I remember a lot of it. The rich guy being there just to die and somehow turn seconds while others had a bit of time to it. If I remember right, yeah, he gets cornered by one zombie after the bus crashes, and then the next you see him, he's already turned and chick shoots him in the head. We watched the clip, the old guy was the only one that died. Okay. But still, yeah, someone died just to save a fucking dog. Also, the cover of Down with Sickness was fine to me. Last day, the remake was written by James Gunn, and James Gunn always has that pitch black humor, very twisted sense of humor, which once again made him saying, "Hey, maybe we need to gun after Roseanne." Fucking bullshit. And then people jumped after him, and they went, well, he always had a fucked up sense of humor. Why are you gunning after him for messed up pedophile jokes? Like, because that's what he wanted to do to Roseanne? It's like, fuck's sake. I will forever be angry at how that situation was handled. But the whole thing is, the Dawn of the Dead remake was written by James Gunn, so there's a lot of obvious humor to it. So it's James Gunn's fault for the third act. Maybe? I don't know how loyal it is to his script. It's very possible that it's like, yeah, he just didn't know what to do to lead it in. James Gunn only did go with Lollipop Chainsaw. Even then, it's like, how much did he really handle with Lollipop Chainsaw? Because that still felt very Suda. I mean, mainly, whenever I hear James Gunn wrote Lollipop Chainsaw, it's the cope from, like, the video essay Suda 51 fans are like, no, every single game's a deconstruction of capitalism. Then people bring up Lollipop Chainsaw. It's like, well, James Gunn wrote that. It's like, did he, though? Did he really? Lollipop's more Suda than James. That's what I think. I view it as like George R. R. Martin writing Elden Ring, quote unquote. It's like, no, they slapped his name on it for marketing. Yeah. There we go. Oh boy, another queue. You only handle localization. Oh, so yeah, barely anything to do with it then. Okay. Alright. Give me a quick sec. Real short fat taco for $1. Also, if you discipline your kids, you should go full on Japanese douchebag Japanese parent from the 60s, 70s. Anime bitch slaps their son and daughters at the drop of the hat because he still projects his trauma of shed childhood by Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If that's what you got out of that, yeah, no, you're not going to be a very good parent. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $3. Hey Lolly, can you create a 10-minute story based on the 2019 TV series Watchmen? The story should explore the development of 7 Cavalry's worship of the comedian, which has a significant impact on the comedian's character. Well, yeah, like I said, it's the best way to do something like that is with 2019 Watchmen, the whole idea of the Cavalry just being white supremacists is just a smear, so no one actually looks into what they're doing. And the minute you actually sit down and try to talk with them about what they're doing, they will flat out tell you about Rorschach and his journal, which once again in universe is painted as the Turner Diaries and racist propaganda. Not all the ideas are bad. The problem is they use those ideas unironically to hand-wave them away. But the idea of like it's been deemed a banned book and you're not supposed to read Rorschach's journal, then you find out that people looked into it and it's like, holy shit, this is just true, and this motherfucker was just telling the truth. Fuck you. That'd be a lot more interesting, where it deals with the idea of political division in a way of like, no one side's completely right here. You know, there is absolutely a situation where you look at what the other guy's saying and realize that, no, there might be something. Favorite BOW from Resident Evil? I will always like Birkin from Resident Evil 2. Something about it. You know, something about the different phases. It's just fun. Nemesis is great too, but Birkin is just, I have so much nostalgia. That's the same shit as Elden Ring. What could you possibly attribute to great rolling retard Martin that FromSoft hasn't done? Yeah. I'm trying to character assassinate an idea that Alan Moore has failed on destroying for years, only for it to get even more popular. Yeah. Where did this Suda 51 hates capitalism thing come from? As far as I know, he's never said anything about capitalism. As stated, video essayists. Video essayists have gone and dug into every fucking possible quote-unquote detail of No More Heroes and attributed everything to lefty politics and capitalism bad. Even when, like, the story is saying the exact opposite. Birkin Phase 5 is Kino. It is pretty damn fun. Well, more games like Cyberpunk where you have a character like Johnny who only the protagonist can see and talk to, comments and aids to your journey. Oh, so yeah, like the imaginary friend thing. It is a fun trope. I like Birkin because after a certain point he's an unwilling participant. Yeah. He got so caught up in like the, no, I made the G virus. And then he doesn't realize he turned himself into a meat monster. Lefty genetic dead ends are literally being stabbed and gunned down by the demographics they champion, and white men are still the greatest threat in everyone's story. Fucking keck. Yeah, I saw the trailer for, like, Magical Society of Negroes, too. Where it's like, the most dangerous animal out there is white people. It's like, statistics say otherwise, my friend. Deadly premonition is the imaginary friend thing. And boy, howdy, is the twist with that fucking weird. Like, the twist with the imaginary friend and fucking deadly premonition is something you just don't see coming. Never forget Sneakerella. Never forget Sneakerella. Video essayists and their consequences on the human race. Yeah, right? Oh, thank God we can do this one with NPCs. There is a God. It's an actual movie? Yes, it is a movie. I love how they're not even subtle about it. Literal fucking silence is white tears, and the movie's title has the Spanish version of the N-word in it. Still need to try Deadly Premonition 2. Still upset Dark Streams don't die. Never got Season 2. That's why I never liked episodic gaming. I have never liked episodic gaming. Because without fail, 95% of the time someone's announced episodic gaming, it's fallen apart. Half-Life 2 famously was supposed to be episodic. I understand both Black Flag and AC Rogue today. I like Black Flag. It is fun. I literally thought York was schizo weird guy, but he literally has two personalities. Yeah. It's fucking interesting. And you find out the context behind it, and it's like, oh, wow, that's fucking weird. Deadly Premonition really is the best example of, like, if David Lynch made a video game. Because it understands the quiet insanity more than anything. A lot of David Lynch-inspired stuff just goes with weird, cryptic town with mystery, and they don't really understand that a lot of David Lynch stories and movies have so much quiet weirdness to them. Like, just straight-faced insanity, which is a lot of Twin Peaks. There is someone who is completely insane in Twin Peaks. Like, just any character that's, like, batshit nuts. And the show will just play them completely earnest, and, like, you don't question it. That's just who they are. Half-Life 3 is Alex. Yeah, I heard Half-Life Alex is supposed to be pretty good. Twin Peaks is a big hit in Japan. Yeah. It helped inspire Silent Hill. Famously, Deadly Premonition is literally just Twin Peaks the game. Weirdest thing is how they love, no, you can't be racist because white people. Like, fuck off, dude. Either you embrace being racist or you don't. Oh, yeah. And they don't even believe it themselves. They're just earnestly racist. Any game that claims David Lynch's inspiration actually gets from Stephen King. Yeah, that's actually not the worst way to put it. They think they're David Lynch, but a lot of time it's nowhere near as crazy. I have Half-Life Alyx. It is good. I saw some clips of it, and, like, yeah, the VR stuff is interesting. VR definitely needs to have more time and energy put into it and not just be a gimmick. But the clips I saw were, like, fun. Winter Lame, $5. Sneakerella is somehow more insulting than Charcoal Black and the Subban Dwarves and Juggle Jiggers. Rich Evans' voice. That's right, Zach. She was a whore. There we go. There's some parts of Persona 4 that are reminiscent of Twin Peaks. Yeah, Persona 4 is another one where it kind of feels like Twin Peaks. Small town with weird mystery to it. Quiet insanity. Not granted, there's more logic to the insanity in Persona, which is saying a lot, but Persona in general is one of those where people go like, man, that's such a weird Japanese game, and you understand that they just don't touch anything Japanese. Because it's like, it's really not that weird. Oh. I went into Twin Peaks believing it was a supernatural murder mystery with a few abstract weird elements and was blindsided by the overt emphasis on silly stuff. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of really funny moments of Twin Peaks. Because really, David Lynch movies, by and large, obviously, if you watch like Mulholland Drive, it's different. But David Lynch movies have a pretty good sense of humor to them. Like, Eraserhead has a lot of moments that are meant to be funny. No more Last of Us multiplayer. It's so Jover. How did David Lynch get the inspiration for Twin Peaks? Well, as stated, he's just always had a very abstract style to him. Eraserhead, Mulholland Drive. He loved the idea of like the weird and the insane, but taking it completely earnest. Magical Negro film should have a scene where the MC is strapped to a chair as the villain takes that folder tile crime statistics and starts reading it. Well, another funny thing is you have that show on Netflix where it's like a post-apocalypse show, and apparently Obama fucking produced it. And they have a line where it's like, you know, when the apocalypse hits off, the number one rule you need to stick to is don't trust white people. And it's like, okay, that means implicitly you trust other races more, which is the exact way you get killed. Just say don't trust anybody. There we go. Why is there a Steven Crowder video essay in my feed? I don't know. Why is there? Do you live in a small town, mountain city, or town? I don't know. I don't know enough about David Lynch to really know. I'm not like a huge David Lynch fan. You know, I'm not Jay from Red Letter Media. But, you know, I enjoy his stuff. Here we go. Inland Empire was a bit hard to get through, so just so long for that much insanity. Where should I look at inspiration for a threatening villain? Everywhere. That John Waters interview actually kind of speaks to me. Where I think I've talked about it before on stream, but in fact, I'm pretty sure I have. But a guy just meets John Waters in like a record store out of nowhere, and famously, John Waters, the guy that directed Hairspray and you know, Pink Flamingos. Oop. He's directed a whole bunch of like weird out there type movies. He's gonna be in the new season of Chucky as the guy that actually created the Good Guy doll, which I think will be fun. And the guy who's interviewing him, you know, asked him, is like, hey, I want to be an amateur filmmaker, so what do you recommend as advice? You know, how do I get started? And what he said was like genuinely kind of like interesting, where he just said like, watch fucking everything. You know, watch good movies, watch bad movies, watch anything you can get your hands on, because you'll just take elements from everything you see. You know, you'll take elements, you'll just remember, you know, if it's a movie you like, you'll want to take cues from it. If it's a movie you don't like, you'll know what to avoid. You know, just get perspective. He's not wrong. He's very much not wrong. And it is something I think is interesting where you know, you listen to, if you ever go on YouTube and look up like writing advice or some shit like that, it's always some douchebag just talking about like, oh, you can make note cards to get different ideas you have. But it's never actually anything that like is helpful. It's just, you know, basic get rich quick scheme shit. That was the first time I ever heard advice from somebody that actually just flat out made sense. And it makes sense because like John Waters is a successful director. He's just telling you what to do. And then you look into stories of like Quentin Tarantino, when he used to work at like a video store before he became famous. He would watch like every fucking movie that was in the store. There was like a story where he rented Transporter 2 like, what, 50 different times? It was like one of his favorite movies. And it's just this thing where you realize that, you know, if you want to get good at something, you actually have to know the subject matter. So it's not even like you have to take a class. You just have to personally be interested in it and want to know more about it and learn everything you can about it. You will just naturally gravitate towards it. No cards can help with an essay if they're stacks. Well, no cards are just like, that essay, that's like basic bitch, like, you know, yeah, no shit, yeah, write down your ideas. Okay, I paid you $50 for this shit. Transport 2 was after him. It was like 2004. Yeah, but you get you get my point. He like rented some video like 50 different fucking times. I just don't remember which one it is. Does that mean modern writers actually just hate writing? I mean, if you look at it, a lot of it does feel like that. Eh. Oh god, I wasn't paying attention. We lost our healer. We lost our NPC healer. Ah, fuck. I was not looking. Alright. It was the Magical Negro movie he rented 30 times. Love the janking corridors from Maps E. I've come to love the PS2 era of video game architecture. It was soul. It was soul. That's what I'm asking, because it genuinely feels like it. As stated, I think there's definitely elements of it. Like, a lot of people attribute a lot of the franchise stealing and like killing off the main characters and just going like full spite with it as envy of like, well, fuck you, you know, fuck you for making me do this license thing. I have ideas, you know, I have ideas. They could be good. A lot of people think it's like that, where basically it's anger that they're being forced to write for somebody else's property and not their own. Which right there shows a level of like, okay, so you don't even care about the process. You just want your ideas to be recognized, which, you know. I'm trying to make a Xenogears doujin of the basic story and drawing stuff out. Wondering if I know how I would be able to go about it. I have no fucking idea. People pronounce data as date instead of data. Shouldn't be allowed to vote. I didn't realize that was a thing. Why take the job? Yeah, basically it's like, why take the job? Because it beats working at Starbucks? I mean, no shit, then be grateful. You should be doing it because it's fun, you know? Not everybody gets to enjoy their work, so if you're able to find a job that lets you enjoy what you do, that says a lot. Even then, the original movies and shows being made now feel so genuinely hateful and bitter towards everyone. Some of these people genuinely have nothing good to give to the world and the hatred. That's what I think too, yeah. It's just spite. There you go. I had my fucking enmity turn on and they still wouldn't want to fight me. Okay, give it a sec for everybody to heal. Tom Roxon's licensed fanfiction that you see today is a hell of a lot easier than making something from scratch. Yeah, you get a whole show bible. I mean, you get the literal like documents that tell you the rules of the setting, how it's supposed to work, how to avoid plot holes, and people still get pissy at that. Go. Oh boy. Tank isn't pulling, he sucks. Shut up. Alright. Part of the reason I grew to love anime. Oh god. Part of the reason I grew to love anime is was specifically because I found none of the annoying and super cliches on Western TV. Yeah. I do enjoy pizza delivery. It's alright, but it's very enjoyable. It's supposed to the shift just driving. We'll listen to music. I've also better rapport, so the regulars tip more. Yeah. There's always a bright side to what you do. Ow. Tank doesn't have stance on. I do have stance on. Stop yelling at me. Love Crank 2. It's obviously the two directors got $20 million, just made whatever they wanted. Yeah, there was soul to Crank 2. Like, Jason Statham fucks his girlfriend in the middle of a horse track. It's fucking great. RoboCop 1987 is free on YouTube. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of movies that are free on YouTube. Now, granted, they're free with ads, but so long as you have, you know, the right software that allows you to skip over ads, you can just watch them for free with no consequences. I think that's why they were trying to push the like ad blocker thing so much, because now they have movies that are licensed on YouTube and they're for free, so people just watch them with fucking ad block on. That means they're just watching movies for free. Can't put the software with ad block on my TV. You'd be amazed. There are ways. There are ways. Like, you can get video casting software where it's like an app on your phone. Watched Paprika the other night. Paprika is very good. Very, very good. That's one that I would like to talk about, you know. Talk about all the Satoshi Kon movies, but I need to dedicate a whole month to that. Because it would involve talking about Tokyo Godfathers again, which Tokyo Godfathers would be a lot of fun. Kind of delve more in depth with it, because me and Shota just did a more general review, which the general review is good for like, hey, should I watch the movie? But like actual exploration of it, you know, that's different. That would be fun. Come at me. RoboCop remake is a video worth watching. Trevor Moore helped direct it. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Ugh. There we go. Gotta watch Tokyo Godfathers again this Christmas. It is a very good movie. I genuinely liked it a lot. I went to go see it up in Louisville for the Satoshi Kon re-release thing. It was a lot of fun. I just had a smile on my face the whole time. Such a good movie. Oh god. We only made 4 movies and anime taking too soon. Hope that was what was ever finished from Dreaming Machine ever. That what was ever finished from Dreaming Machine gets released. I as well. That'd be really good. Dreaming Machine definitely is one of those where like, god damn, it is a loss to the world. Nothing beats Jinro for me. Jinro is very, very good. And fucking Fujimoto just recently came out and said like the Reize arc in Chainsaw Man, yeah, took direct inspiration from fucking Jinro. Which is like, you know what, that's pretty fucking cool. Very much is. Watching my sister and niece and younger brother, they loved it. Oh yeah. You watching Rick and Morty? No. I did hear that like the new voices for Rick and Morty came out, the new voice actors, and people say like the show somehow just got funnier because they don't have to deal with Justin Roiland doing the stutter ad lib, you know, the stutter ad lib. Our stream Sunday now. No, this is a special case because I didn't do Final Fantasy on Thursday because Ready or Not hit 1.0 and there was the furry swatting mission that we had to do. Legally obligated, had to do. Then I didn't do it Saturday because Medicare was streaming and I had to hang out with real life friends. So I said, fuck it, I do it on Sunday. No one cares. Morty stopped doing the stutter by season 4. Yeah, but you know what I mean by the Justin Roiland ad lib. Oh yeah, we are So we are in that period where it's teasing what the next expansion is going to be about. Because this is just straight up Heaven's Ward now. That's on Enna. I think Enna's pretty cool. I like the little animations. Apparently Joel G got in trouble for something, though. I don't remember what. Or maybe not like him, but like somebody he knew. I always hated that ad-lib. It was funny in Season 1, but later on it just kind of got a little grating. Come on. There we go. Your voices are passable, but writing is still bad. Okay. One of the VAs for Enna was a spaz. Okay, okay. Yeah, it wasn't Joel G, it was one of Enna's VAs. The male VA beat his girl. Okay, okay. Enna, it's kind of an absurdist animation thing. Actually sit down to watch them. Like, genuinely interesting series. But yeah, the male voice for Enna apparently was a wife beater. I say wife, but it was his girlfriend, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the writing's still horrible in current Rick and Morty. Yeah. Thoughts on fisting. Should it be $300? Please no. Let me just fight Fenrir. I don't want to worry about fisting right now. Yeah. The first two male VA, one of them got accused of sexual assault. Okay. $350 at least. You ever consider doing an Alan Moore video? I'm not super big a fan of Alan Moore, so I don't know. Not gonna lie, I've actually just kind of actively grown to resent him. Because, like, I'm not gonna be one of those that's like, oh, he ruined modern comics, but it definitely is kind of an embodiment of a lot of what's wrong with them. Where it's like, yeah, I get it, Watchmen was pretty okay. Can we not do Watchmen anymore? And, like, I get it, superheroes as a concept are out there and weird. Can we stop calling them fascist propaganda now? It's like everyone who says superheroes fucking suck are gonna drop money on Spider-Man anyway. Voice acting honestly sounds better. Yeah. Come on. I will follow you, friends. Alan Moore made Lost Girls and V for Vendetta is mid. I wouldn't say it's mid, but it is one of those where as much as they talk about like the movie simplified things, it's like, listen, okay. What it simplified was, hey, Alan Moore's a fucking anarcho-commie. It's like the solution to fascism is anarchy. It's like, no, it's not. Also, you can tell the new voice actors know what they're doing compared to Justin. Yeah. There's been 3 male VAs for Enna. First one did 1 episode and departed from the project, and was with the second was with it for a long time. Started going true and then be his girl. Now there's a new guy. Okay. At least, so long. Did the first guy leave under like good circumstances, or did the first guy leave and then something come out about him? Because if so, it might just be cursed. If that third guy gets fucked over by something, he might just be cursed. But remove my anarchy message. It's like, yeah, no, dude. The solution to this is not anarchy. Yeah, anarchism is never the solution, just a whole new set of problems waiting to happen. Yeah, basically. Don't forget about Lost Girls. No one should forget about Lost Girls. I think first guy'd say you just want to do other projects. Okay, so fair enough. First guy was just like, hey, I want to do my own thing. I don't want to get tied down by this. Which, fair enough. Fair enough. There we go. In V for Vendetta, Christians are erasing history and oppressing minorities in Troon. Meanwhile, nowadays, it's the opposite. People are erasing history. Boss was right with their message. Yeah. Quite literally. It's like that's another case of like, hey, the political messaging works when you just flip the terms for the sides.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Hey. I don't want to know what Lost Girls is, right? That's the one where it's like all the fairy tale princesses, but it's in like World War II or something, and they're talking about how much sex they had as teenagers. It's fucking weird.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Yeah, it's Wendy and Tiger, Lily, aka Peter Pan girls, yeah.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Dragusi. She's not really a dragon, though. She fucked a dragon, but she's not a dragon. The greater good. She unironically is a little bit of the greater good, though. Because the lesson in Heaven's Ward is people are fucking stupid. Like, even she is kind of stupid because her thing is she's just naive. You find out who she is later, though. She did what? There we go. The greater good. Shut it! Lesson is always everyone's just stupid. Well, Heaven's Ward in particular is that, because it basically amounts to... Like, you will know the story of Heaven's Ward when we get to it, but it's basically... Dragons are spiteful bastards, and they blame humanity for continuing a war against them that kept going because they are spiteful. Like, it is made a point that neither side wants to just fucking talk things out. Which is possible because the people responsible for kicking the whole thing off have been dead for thousands of years. Lost Girls is a graphic novel about how a bunch of royalty-free Disney princesses got raped as children. Remember, this is a comic and War wrote the entire story. Yeah. I'm 95% sure there was a chick who fucked a horse in it. They can get to the intro of Heaven's Ward this stream? No. Because even when we get to Heaven's Ward, there is a large chunk before we can actually step into Heaven's Ward. Because you have the end of A Realm Reborn, then you have the patch quest leading into Heaven's Ward, then you get to Heaven's Ward. What is, in your opinion, the funniest thing about Randy's Dare? For me, it's his shitty aim. The Danny Phantom obsession, just by far. It is so over the top. He commissioned an entire school shooting manifesto / music video to edgy teen pop punk. And it was like going to be his big thing of like, I'm going to shoot you all and be the coolest ever. And it fell apart halfway through and he had to draw half the animations. And it looked like fucking stick figures and he got so pissed about it. I loved it so much. Why do women feel the need to fuck barnyard animals? Yeah, we're not too far off from the beginnings of Heaven's Ward because they're introducing the cast. But we are a ways. I'm going to do the Crystal Tower raids and Coils of Bahamut. Stuff plays into the story of Heaven's Ward, especially in regards to Alphinaud's character development. I really need to get around to doing that, but I haven't even done that for my main. So maybe I can use the stream as an excuse to do it. Because yeah, like I said, I've been meaning to do that. Hell, I'm in fucking Stormblood and I haven't even done that. Unsync Bahamut, nice and easy. Well, there you go. Yeah. I'm in it for the story, for the raid, so yeah. The favorite part about Randy was his extremely whiny manifesto video where he cried about his parents wanting him to actually be an adult. Yeah. Where it's like, oh, well, one of his points was his parents yelled at him for being a loser because he wanted to do YouTube while at the same, like, they didn't even know he did YouTube, but like, they kept saying like, you were a fucking loser because you were still living at the house, and it's like, well, I had a job, Mom. And all I could think is like, okay, this is a private family conversation that you're dragging into a situation where you fucking shot people. I forgot, did Randy kill anyone or did he whiff all of his shots? He killed 3 people. Randy paid the animators, there were multiple 300 in total, and he was bitching in multiple videos about how much money $300 is. He was still living at home with his parents. Like, when you do that, a lot of your bills are lessened because you're not paying thousands of dollars for a fucking mortgage. And if he was helping contribute to the mortgage, that could have been a point against his parents where it's like, motherfuckers, I'm helping you with the mortgage. Believe it's called a loser because he barely worked and was going to community college. Well, see, that's your problem right there. Once again, little bit of testicles. Crashpan for $1. George R. R. Martin was initially hired to write the lore for Elden Ring, but he just sent a $32,000 page document about a guy who eats shit. Naturally, FromSoft started over from scratch. They only used 1 page, but credited George R. R. Martin to hold to the contract. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. More like Secret Society of Magical Bitches and Niggas of War Crimes. Lol. Oh shit, lol. I just got the N-word pass. Yeah, there you go. I have black ancestors somewhere when I get into internet fights. So I can pull that card. I believe it was called, Randy killed 2 girls and himself. That was it. No, I thought he killed 3. I thought he killed 3 people. He killed, like, 2 girls and I think one of his managers, and then he blew his head off. His community college degree wasn't that impressive either. It was something he failed. Yeah, it's like, it's something where I get it, college fucking sucks, but once again, that's something as like a point against, if he wanted to win the argument with his family, just go, I'm fucking going to community college, more than likely because his family told him to do it, and I'm working a job, get off my ass. Like, you don't bottle that up and go, ooh, oh, I'll get you. Just go like, hey, get the fuck off my ass. What do you want from me? But nope, he had to be a bitch about it. And I assume probably his like community college degree was like AV or something. He wanted to do YouTube so bad. So it probably was like, yeah, like AV club or something like that, where the most you could get is like working for like a public access station. Which I mean, at least would have been a living. Randy Stera was certainly people. Experts still debate about this though. Randy Stera too busy chasing YouTube money and fame, but couldn't accept that he failed. That's the thing. Like, he made it up to like 9,700 subs. Like, dude, that is a level to where a takeoff is possible. You know? And you watch some of his videos from before he went nuts, and like, hey, if this dude didn't lose his fucking shit and wasn't like crazy, insane, and evil, yeah, I could see him building up some kind of a fan base. It's the fact that he was just like a petulant little dick. It's like, well, I didn't, I'm not reaching the numbers I want to reach. I'm not reaching the numbers I want to reach. You want to know why? Because you were thinking in that mindset. You were thinking in the mindset of like, well, why don't I have more? Why don't I have more? It's like, because of that, you're never going to get what you fucking want. You got to be grateful for what you have. And not dress up as Ember from Danny Phantom and shoot yourself in the head with a shotgun. He bought subs. Oh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you should probably have killed yourself. I don't say anything wrong living with parents, but barely working and whining and not doing anything is pathetic. Exactly. It's like, at the very least, make the money to justify it, to where if someone goes, well, you still live at home with your family, just go, yeah, but I make money. It's like, I do it because it's a family thing. You might have a disabled relative you gotta take care of. You might, help your family out with the bills, something like that. Like, there is a way to counter it. Never buy subs. Never buy subs. There is no point. What is the point of buying fake numbers? I have a disability. You should have groomed Discord kittens. Thoughts on MILF hags and kimonos? Yay or absolutely yay? As stated, there's something about a woman in her 30s. Life is already hitting them in the head with a bat, but they're still going. They're worried about their taxes. Their kids just hitting middle school and starting to mouth off on them. Like, there's an appeal to a woman like that. There we go. For STEM, you can do internships and certs, which can help with getting hired easily. Yeah, because you're basically just building connections at companies. A lot of failed YouTubers are the ones that really want to be next multi-millionaire influencers. Exactly. You don't go in with that kind of energy. You know why? Because that kind of energy never gets you what you want. People can detect when you have ulterior motives, so that's why you're not supposed to do that. Most VTubers are in fact hags. It makes them hotter. Yeah. There we go. Oh, stream choking. Stream was in fact trying to choke. It was in fact trying to choke. I'm gonna take a look at something real quick. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it was just a hiccup. Okay. Wanted to be sure. Wanted to be sure. What's the legal opposite of hag maxing? Jailbait. I mean, I'm not even kidding. It's jailbait. Chasing after chicks who are like 19, 20. Or like just hitting 18. That's the time that gets you in trouble. So it's like... Guilty pleasure waifu or character? I'm not sure. I'm actually really not sure. Like I said, I've been going through more Bleach, so... Not gonna lie, I like Orihime. Fuck it, I like Orihime. She's not the best girl of Bleach, not by a long shot. She is aggressively okay, but she's fun. She's a fun character. I'm not angry when she's on screen. Wasn't there a guy that shot up a store because of Applejack? Yeah, it was like some postal worker dude. Correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't a year after the Rangers Deer shooting and another guy did mass shooting or a fictional character? Yeah, dude literally just brought up a fucking like dude who worked at a post office and was a brony, shot up a place because he thought Applejack wanted him to do it. Orihime got to be with Ichigo. Yeah. And I'm not angry about that. I know some people are like, man, it should have been Rukia. It's like, okay, you just want to fuck your sister. Okay, it gave me the warning again. Upside of this just seems to be basic YouTube sputtery, so. Pulse dude's a brony. So you wouldn't want to make your own kid. You'd rather have an adoptive father arc. No, it's the fact that, like, you know, older women, and I say older, but like at this point they're closer to my age range, for fuck's sake. There is much more of an appeal to them. You know, if you can find an attractive woman that has crossed over the 30 mark and still is like enjoyable to be around, like that is something to actually make note of. Because when we met up with Dick Bro for you know, just to like hang out, he was talking about how he got in contact with a lot of chicks he used to know in high school, and said like, dude, it's actually kind of terrifying how many of them are fucking unrecognizable. And not in the good way. Where there was like one chick where they were kind of friends, but like I guess like Irishman made him aware later that the chick kind of had a crush on him. And he was like, what the fuck? No, we ribbed on each other all the fucking time. What are you talking about? But like that chick blew up into a blimp after she had a kid, and she's like a single mom now. And it's like, dude, it's like fucking scary how much that became common. Where it's like, yeah, the chick who was like kind of hot in high school, you look at him now, it is the joke to a T. It's like fat as hell, has a kid, is the typical Facebook mom. It's like, oh my god, those girls fell off. Ichigo, Rukia, or Hime love triangle did not exist. It's battle shown in manga, for God's sake. Well, I mean, Rukia had her own canon love interest. It was the one dude. I don't remember his fucking name. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. I had a question. Is comedian from Watchmen racist? I know he's racist towards Vietnamese, or just sexist, or both. He just kind of embodied the worst of people. So whatever is like the most unpleasant to be in, he just kind of was. You know, he was racist, he was sexist, he just all around was a piece of shit. The one exception was his daughter. He genuinely cared about his daughter, but she fucking hated him because she didn't know for a long ass time who he was. Will you and Kei-san meet up and fall in love over your appreciation of Yakuza? That's a Hollywood movie. Peaked in high school is such a sad thing to see. It really is. Same movements. They want to drag it out so they can earn the most money for it. They don't want to achieve it. There's more money in trying than succeeding. Yeah. He laughed at society. Yeah, Renji is Rukia's love interest. Yeah. I couldn't remember his name, but yeah, that dude. Renji, aka another variant of the hot-headed shonen protagonist. There are times where he really felt like just basically Ichigo if he was just always in the Soul Society. I mean, I like Renji. I thought it was pretty cool. As stated, it started 1,000-Year Blood War, so the fight with the Ice Spike dude and his master, and they both get their asses kicked. It's like, that was a pretty good fucking fight. Pretty good goddamn fight. I like the fact that Renji, after the Soul Society arc, gets pretty fucking tight with Ichigo and is like, you know what, you helped out Rukia, and for that, you know, you're my bud now. It's like, I like him. And yeah, he absolutely felt like the protagonist in a different timeline. They were like brother and sister too. Yeah. But it's like, you know, childhood friend, brother and sister, to where they just don't realize it. I couldn't get past the Bount arc. I'm sorry, homies. It was too rough. I'm in the middle of the Bount arc. I feel your pain. It turned into JoJo, and I'm confused because I'm like, where's the Bankais? Why are you saying that the JoJo puppets are stronger than Bankais? It's funny, Renji's American VA is like a hairy biker guy. What would you call someone like me that doesn't care about age if it is legal, of course? I mean, it's all personal preference. If you meet a younger chick that you really like and she really likes you, it's like, who am I to go against that? Now Rukia is better love interest for Ichigo. Keep coping. Sister fucker. Kei-san belongs to Georgia. Get your disgusting bourbon smelling hands away from my peach sister. Remember how the Buffalo shooter became a total joke because he was looking at furry porn on his Twitch stream because he started shooting people? It was Martha Speaks Rule 34. I think you said it before, but if you want to know how a girl will look, check out her mom. Yeah, very safe. I have a love of MILF types. I fully admit it's one of my tags. I've read some like stupid fucking manga purely because I thought the MILF chicks in it were hot. Yoriichi was top tier. Yoriichi is top tier. I mean, she's just a great character. And I'm convinced that, like, Kubo threw in the twist that she was a woman purely so he'd have another chick to draw. Because he loves women. Favorite MILF? That is hard. The only problem is they might die faster, which is sad. Yeah, when they have that, like, you know, the anime MILF hairstyle where it's like over their shoulder, you just know they're gonna fucking die. MILF like Masato from Evangelion. Your Forger, yeah, yours great. Yours great. She's a lot of fun. Bleach has the best beach episode. Kubo loves women. Yeah, that's the thing, you gotta hand it to him. He loves his women. I like adult Nell. To me, there's better than Nell. They introduces Yoriichi's younger brother, and it's just a smaller Yoriichi. I ever played Dwarf Fortress? Bits and pieces. Not gonna lie, Dwarf Fortress is hard for me to get into, because I'm just like, this is a struggle when I could just be playing RimWorld. RimWorld's more dumbed down for my dumb ape brain. Which is saying a lot, because RimWorld itself is pretty complicated. I banged a MILF one time, and she trashed me for being bad in bed. That's on the macrophages from Cells at Work. I don't remember anything from Cells at Work. Gotta be honest, I always found Orihime a little annoying. Felt like Sakura of Bleach for me. And she's nowhere near as bad as Sakura. Sakura was like actively gimping Naruto for like no other reason than she wanted to fuck Sasuke. And she was indecisive about it for a long ass time. Orihime, at least from the get-go, liked Ichigo. All the MILFs you want, but your arms are broken. I mean, arms heal. I like Cells at Work. That was a fun and cute show. I mean, it was fun enough. It was like anime fucking Osmosis Jones. It's just the fact that I don't remember anything from it. I remember everyone liked Black more, because Black was more outwardly sleazy. And the clips I saw of Black did seem more fun than what I watched. Alright. The episode of Cells at Work involving sperm. I was just thinking Osmosis Jones. It literally is Osmosis Jones. It is, you know, the human body represented as like a little society of cells. That is literally what Cells at Work is, and it's what Osmosis Jones is. Orihime and Sakura have nothing in common. Yeah, that's what I think. It's like, Orihime is more outwardly nice. Sakura is just kind of a dick. What are some of our favorite dark-skinned girls from anime? Big one is definitely Casca. I love Casca. She's great. There we go. realized recently that anime chicks from the 80s, 90s were hot and proportioned, while now they have cute faces and tits big enough for Demolition Crew. If you look hard enough, you'll find styles in any way you like. And also the big tit thing, I'm not hearing a problem. Who is best girl of Black Lagoon? I like Roberta. I like Edda. Edda's a lot of fun. Who's your favorite Gilf? Gilf is too far. That's where I bring up my chart of like, listen, it has to be like Gilf, but only in that she's like grandma in her like her 40s at the latest. Maybe 50s they can sell it, but even then it's like that's exclusively Asians.
The rumors are true then? The war of succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
A good MILF should look a little tired and have a few extra pounds in all the right places. Exactly. Speaking of falling off after high school, high school crush was also everyone else's and also cosplay. Now she doesn't do that anymore and looks like a typical party girl in the worst ways possible. Oof.
Of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic.
How old is too old? As stated, once it creeps past 40, that's where you're getting into dangerous territory. Of like, that's when, if they didn't fall off at 30, they're absolutely falling off in their 40s.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
How old is too old? How old was Barb when she gave birth to Christian? Good answer. What if she's 75 but a vampire? At that point, that depends of like when she was bitten and turned. Because I mean, if it was in her 20s, then like obviously.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
No eggs, no eggs.
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them.
Tsunade, Shizune, Tamari, Anko, Hinata, Ino, Sakura. I don't know any of these people. I only know Tsunade, Hinata, and Sakura. Barbara's in her 50s and she gave birth to Christian. Oof.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the empire.
We'll have 10,000-year-old elf that looks 20. As long as they look young, that's all that matters. And what's the point of immortality if you're still going to look old? Vampires have cold pussies. I can make it work.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his.
Is that between 20 and 35 is the perfect gap? Below that, you're risking jail time, and above that, you're risking a whole other type of issues. Yeah. What about Carrie Hoskins, Sonya Blade actress, 53, but still banging? She is the exception, not the rule.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
Do you watch the new Phase Connect debuts? I did not.
Ready to march on us again, if their emperor gives the word.
Room temperature, you mean? That is a good point.
They say this Varus was so
Best girl in Seven Deadly Sins. I like Jericho. I never really paid attention to Seven Deadly Sins. That's on Short Stacks. I do like Uzaki. That is a fun manga.
Are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute.
Could you trick a vampire into sucking the blood out your dick? You would not want them to, because that means they bite your dick.
For a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question.
Was Donovan from Berserk slow? I mean, like, he was retarded? No, he was just evil. He just wanted to rape a kid.
Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our
The
enemy.
hamster girl phase is an ant problem. Oh god, they all want to be Pippa. They all want to be massive girl failures. Brozaki MC dealing with his Beast of Darkness is fun. It is very funny. Is Rogue from 2077 a gilf? I don't know. That's where you get into existentialism.
Who knows? They may even do something about it.
Chizune is Sana's Vice Hokage. Anko is Chunin exam proctor who got fat in Boruto. Tamari is fan lady / Gaara's sister, and Ino is Aryan Sakura clone. I don't know anything about Naruto, man.
But that is a discussion.
Uzaki and Uzaki MC deserve a happy ending. I do like how they were able to have them get together at a pretty reasonable amount of time, and they still have the story going, and it's still fun. Where it's like, now it's like, okay, now they're together. Now how the fuck do they deal with that? It's like, that's pretty interesting.
No secret is safe.
You have a favorite anime reference in Gintama? That's hard. There's a lot of really good ones. The Saint Seiya one, where Gintoki's having a mental breakdown going, oh my god, we're gonna get fucking sued. I like that one a lot. That one made me laugh really hard. Because it was them trying to give Hasegawa scary stories to, like, tell kids, and Kagura just kept shoving in Saint Seiya everywhere. Second One Piece anime, and we still don't know what the fuck One Piece is. I'm glad you're streaming so I can sleep, love your voice. Yeah. I did hear when I was a kid that had a good voice for radio. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but fuck it, I'm going along with it. Yeah, Uzaki has really dropped the ball bad yet. I'm assuming you mean hasn't really. Because yeah, it's still pretty damn fun. Phoenix, behind you. Oh, God. I mean, I have the Phoenix. I just don't have it equipped. Yeah, young animal, Mr. Gintoki, you've been served. Who is the best girl of One Piece? I don't know fucking anything about One Piece. That is the one where it's like, I don't know a goddamn thing. Would you share a bed with Gintoki? We do have the body pillow. It has both Gintoki and Professor Gintoki. Did you hear about that Asian politician who hosted a non-whites party is also married to a white guy? Yeah. They were talking about that earlier. Alright. Listen to you while driving Uber. Did Gintama reference Hellsing? It referenced fucking everything. They're remaking the whole anime of One Piece. Oof. Would you fuck Cala Maria from Cuphead? Which one's that? Is that the mermaid? Because if so, no. In general, like, Cuphead, not really. That's a little too stylized. From what I heard, it's real. Feel free to time me out for the shit joke. What is that in reference to? Oh, yeah, the One Piece? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Medusa Mermaid, yeah. You have good podcast voice, yeah. I don't get why they're remaking One Piece and I haven't finished yet. Probably because, it's about to finish, and once they get there, it's like, yeah. Your family's a walking yell for helping Jews in World War II. Like, how fucking retarded they had to be brainwashed that bad. It's only because the government told them not to. We have a history of, like, looking at what the government tells us to do and going, go fuck yourself. How much fat is in the right places is too much. There is a scale. It's like it needs to be. It needs to be like a spice, like an undertone. It can't be the whole thing. What about the Giga Mermaid from Shantae? She's better, but still too stylized. You have a good voice. You should do live streams. You know, that would be a good idea. Don't fuck the Medusa. She'll drown you or stone you or both. First arc animated for One Piece is kind of rough. Yes, they might just be remaking the first arc, which, you know, that makes sense. When you start seeing cellulite, it's too much fat. Yeah, I'll agree there. Okay. And I think here's a good spot to call it. Because it's 2 a.m. here, and I gotta, at least in some way, start trying to fix my sleep schedule a little bit. So, but there we go. There we go. We got a bit further. We're not too far away from Heaven's Ward now. We are dipping into material that is blatantly just Heaven's Ward, even if it's not it officially. So, we're not too far away, guys. We're not too far away. But let me. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Now I'm getting the pings. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Could Eren Yeager survive Black Dynamite? Dynamite. The fuck is the cellulite? Google it. Do you go to college? No. Because I didn't know what I wanted to study. And I was just kind of like, why the fuck would I waste thousands of dollars on that when I can just get a head start on my finances? And yeah, honestly, I'd say that was a good idea. Because now I have an investment account and I'm working with a guy who's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good at what he does. I'm not against college degrees, but you have to know what you're doing. And I found the idea of taking like supplementary classes, like, you know, you have to take another year of English, science, and math. Pay for all that, then you get to take the subjects you wanted. I'm just like, fuck you. No, fuck you. I'm not doing that. I just get out of high school and now you're telling me to do all that shit again? Fuck you. Good man, you're an entrepreneur. Not quite, but, you know. I did trade school, better option. It is a better option. I tried doing trade, but the trade I wanted, I just didn't realize how much I didn't want to do that. Like, I tried to be a pharmacy tech, and I'm just like, I don't like any of this, and I don't like the program. The program's literally saying figure it out, and it's like, hey, I don't want to be told figure it out because that's not how I learn shit. It's like, at the very least, give me some guidance because I don't want to end up fucking killing anybody. When I did an internship at a pharmacy, they had no idea what to fucking do with me. So it's like, this just all around I'm getting all these different red flags of like, hey, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. Diversify, don't gamble at all. Meme coins like a certain 200k pimp Patreon. Oh yeah, no, I'm not investing in that shit at all. It's all in securities and bonds because those don't lose value. Eventually, you know, it's like eventually you want to put some into more like actual stock where it could increase in value, but be careful of the risk. Here's that like Black Q for $1. Hey, Loli, can you create a 5-man story based on The Last of Us Part 2 of Abby was daughter of cannibal pedo David that could have developed Joel and Ellie? Yeah, it could have been interesting. Like, you know, we see it as a net good that they destroyed the cannibal camp because it was. I mean, they ate people. But now you see it from the perspective of one of the cannibals where it's like, hey, we were just doing what we need to do to survive. And so long as you still keep it very, very clear of like, it doesn't matter if you're just doing this to survive, fuck you. It's like, yeah, you could have something there. You could have something there. Eco for $1. Chowda, this Joeish pushy got me acting quite strange, my boy. Be sure to drink all your fluoride, Chowda. Oh, fuck me, I'm a porn addict, Chowda. Index stocks are solid and safe. Yeah. Invest in Hag products. Best future investment, go to the casino and gamble all your money to win it big. I'm going for a cybersecurity cert now, and if I get that, then I'm going to create a botnet to post MILF porn on Twitter till it crashes. Pharmacist is one of the worst things to study about. It's all about memorizing thousands upon thousands of gibberish words. You're not wrong. It's really complicated. Chowder, get the fuck back here. I need to teach you how to cook meth, Chowder. I'm an actuarial science major, by the way. That's interesting. They emphasize peanut butter gaming and JonTron. Everyone in Normal Boots is just a bad person. Yeah. They all started fucking each other over first chance they got. I hate female V's voice, not even just because she does bad jobs. Just fucking hate Makoto from Persona 5 so bad. I like female V. She's good. Male V's not bad. I think people shit on him for being too monotone, but it's like, I don't even see it as monotone. I think he's just like kind of that quiet vibe to him, which compared to how expressive female V is, like it is two different vibes. Male V kind of sounds like Johnny, which fits in the idea of Johnny's becoming you. She was A2 as well. Yeah, I don't think she's a bad voice actress at all. Is going to community then university a good move? It depends on what you want. It depends on what you want and if you financially can justify it. If you can justify going to college, going to university, especially if you can get scholarships, yeah, you should. I know we have the meme of like the college is shit and all that, but if you can justify it and you can make it work, there's no reason not to. You know, there's a lot you can do that is smarter than just becoming a forever student, because that's what fucks a lot of people. A lot of what built up the student debt bubble is because people wanted to be forever students and never leave college. You know, they never leave college, or they don't know what to study. They went to college because someone told them to. They don't know what they want to do, and they just stack up debt by the thousands. A lot of it because it was probably intentional. Community university is way cheaper. Yeah, there you go. Phantom Liberty V, male V is fucking amazing. Yeah, I mean, they did have enough time to iron out the male V voice and give him time to really express himself. Honestly, I think you can learn college level STEM on your own. The only advantage college has is the thousands worth of equipment to practice. That is true. I mean, like Steve Jobs famously talked about how he never actually went to college. He just sat in on lessons until they kicked him out. Alchemist 1999 for $5. I'm thinking about going to an electrician trade, but I also thought about being an IT career, but I don't know if I could do that. Look up IT stuff on YouTube. There are how-to guides and 101 type lessons you can look up. If it's all flying over your head or confusing, you can go to electrician. But that is the upside of YouTube shit. You can get a taste of what you want to do before you dedicate to it. Not that you should use YouTube as your sole resource, but it is a good way of seeing if this even actually interests you or if it's just an idea you have. Is it storming in whatever state you're in? No. Apparently fucked up my sleep schedule because of work and your streams. How do I fix it? Night by night, you just try to go to sleep a little bit earlier. Also, have the drapes open when you sleep so you can get sunlight in. Sunlight's the best thing to fix your internal clock. How old is Kason again? What qualifies hag age? 30. Hag is just a joke term for, like, you know, woman that's like older than 25. And yeah, I think Kason's like 27, 28. College video editing is a scam. Experience in a YouTube tutorial, all you need. Quite literally. Kason's 30. She is hag and perfect. Oh, there you go. I know Marine is older than that. She's like 35. Like, they make the joke all the time. She's the old one. Electrician here, they force you to learn programming in high school for some reason. That is weird. Your streams didn't hurt my sleeping. The loud as heck rain is. It's a bit hard. You have to follow a sleep schedule, try to get your body to readjust. Exactly. You have to work on it each time. There are some people that can have their sleep schedule so ironed out that they only really need like 5 hours of sleep a night. My sister's going to college to be a video editor to get into Hollywood. How screwed is she? Well, someone brought up you don't really need to. I mean, it helps because they will give her programs or point her to programs that will be very helpful. I don't really see the point in going to college for it. You can probably learn a trade or something like that. But hell, at least she is going out of her way to learn the field. And right now the stream is trying to sputter out. It is trying to sputter bad. It is crunchy. It is crunchy. Okay, we're coming back to green. We're coming back to green. New member of the casting couch. No, she's just doing editing, so it won't be like that. At least it won't be as bad. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it. I am tired. So, thanks to everybody who showed up. It was pretty good. We managed to get our weekly Final Fantasy in. You know, weekly Final Fantasy was great. Weekly Final Fantasy. Doing the researching, evaluating your options will help you way better than blindly stumbling. Yeah, right. A little bit of time taken. You can prevent yourself so much. Don't take sleep supplements. Melatonin dependency is a scary story. It is pretty bad. Yeah, I started taking magnesium instead, and melatonin forces you to be sleepy, and I realized that it just flat out makes you anemic, where you just start running low on vitamins way more often than you realize. Magnesium is a muscle relaxer, so you just naturally kind of want to sleep. It's a lot better. You also got to be careful because you take too much magnesium, you shit your pants. But, you know, that's just the thing of doing research on how much your body specifically needs. Still, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and pass out. So, eat like a fat fuck before going to bed. Happy holidays to you, Lolly, and everyone in chat. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. Hey, Lolly, can you create a 5-minute story based on Joel death very respectful way if you encounter Abby in a group? Yeah, I think it's possible to kill Joel off in a respectful way. Everyone expected Joel to die. So you can have it to where he does like a last stand where he's fighting off the group and they just corner him or they throw a bomb at him. Something that makes it clear that it had nothing to do with his skills and it was just bad luck. Like bad fucking luck. You know? And especially like a last stand. People love those of like, you know, he dies making sure other people get to live. You know, that stuff. It's classic. All right. So yeah, right now the stream is actively fighting to crash. So I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna call it here. So yeah, thanks to everybody who showed up. See you guys.
Across the ocean, to the western front where they served, full of courage and devotion, because there's a sun, as the spring of fences kept churning, where the men would earn their name. See the tides of battle turning, and the force ignite the flame. In the toll of the bell, kept fight for 6 months in hell. As the war rages on, they fight at the edge of the Argonne. The toll of the bell, over 6 months in hell. Out of the trenches they came. As the war rages on, at the edge of the Argonne, hell fighters earning their name. They would have no prisoners taken, and they never lost any ground. And across the war unshaken, never turned.